Chapter 488. Zhang Feng was so tired that he was about to explode. If he had a machine gun, he would really want to shoot all these mother-f***ers. Who were these people? Why did it take them so long to buy a piece of land? It had been 3 days, and he hadn't even seen a hair of his mother. How could Zhang Feng not complain crazily? Zhang Feng boiled a pot full of water with the pot he used to steam wine. He sat in the wooden barrel naked and looked up at the starry sky. He let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing in the middle of the night? At this moment, Li Shimon's voice slowly sounded in the tavern. Zhang Feng lifted his heavy eyelids and glanced at Li Shimon. Sometimes, I wonder how you guys F***king do things on a daily basis. Why the F***ck do I need to buy a piece of land for so long? I'm so F***ed up. The emperor doesn't look like that kind of person. Why are all the officials in Chang'an city bastards? Alas, Lao Li, last time you went to set up an academy, a wine factory, and a car factory. Did you run your legs out? Facing Zhang Feng's crazy complaints, Li Shimon was also slightly stunned. But when he thought of how weird Zhang Feng had been these days, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Fengzi, logically speaking, it shouldn't take you 3 hours to buy a piece of land. Are you sure you've been busy with this these days? What else could it be? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. I F***king 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 F***ed up. I don't even know what that new guy is. Even if you don't F***king know how to make trouble, you don't need to make me break my legs. And you said it could be done in less than 3 hours? Look at me. I've been F***king busy for 3 days. Damn it. He asked me to go to the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue. F***ck. I can't figure out why I have to go to the Dragoner Temple. And he asked me to go to the Ministry of Agriculture. Li Shimon and the other two finally understood. Exchanging glances with Qing Yaojin and Zhang Sunwuji, Li Shimon's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of coldness. They were so scared that their palms were sweating. Fortunately, because of the oil lamp, Zhang Feng didn't see Li Shimon's gaze. Zhang Feng complained while taking a bath. Li Shimon couldn't help but get angry. If Zhang Feng didn't mention it, he wouldn't have known about these things. But now that he mentioned it, the problem was really big. Let's not talk about other things first. Why did you ask a commoner to go to the Dragoner Temple to do something? Why did he go to the Ministry of Justice? Go here and go where? They were obviously trying to push the responsibility onto each other. To buy a piece of land, one only needed to find out if there was anyone who owned the land in the document. Then, one could check with the registrar at the local county office. If no one owned the land, the county office would report it to the Ministry of Revenue. After confirmation, the deed would be stamped and given to the buyer. Although Zhang Feng bought a lot of land, there was no need to go through so much trouble. 3 days. Didn't they know Zhang Feng's temper? If this was enough to make him curse, what did this mean? If this happened to an ordinary commoner, wouldn't it be terrible? Li Shimon couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask, all right. Fengzi, why don't I go and help you with this matter? No. Please don't. Lao Tzu doesn't believe that this matter can be solved. If it can't be solved by tomorrow, Lao Tzu will bring a cart full of firecrackers to the Ministry of Justice. Damn it. Is this something a human can do? Zhang Sunwuji's face twitched when he heard this. Why do you want to go to the Ministry of Justice? I'm going to ask them. Aren't they the ones supervising these officials? Is there any law in this place? Is there any law in the Tang Dynasty? They can't even see this. Are they blind? Zhang Sunwuji's face was burning. He hurriedly comforted him, Fengzi, stop fooling around. If you do this, you'll be charged with treason. Isn't this not worth it? If that happens, we'll have to put in a lot of effort to get you out. But Lao Tzu can't take this lying down. Zhang Feng sighed one after another. Forget it. Damn it. This is Lao Tzu's last time buying land. Damn it, this is really King troublesome. This is under the Emperor's rule. Why isn't anyone doing anything about it? I don't believe that no one will do anything about it. If no one does anything about it, I'll bring Tai Nyo and the others tomorrow and set the county government on fire. Don't, Fengzi, don't be like this. Did you offend them in any way? Li Shimin seemed to have thought of something when he heard that Zhang Feng was going to set the county government on fire. He hurriedly asked. No, I gave them all my King money in advance. What's so difficult about it? I stuffed 50,000 taels of silver into that King bastard's pocket before he even signed the document. King suspect that he's trying to embezzle Lao Tzu's money. I see, Li Shimin hurriedly comforted Zhang Feng. Qing Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji also realized the seriousness of the problem. The three of them took turns to counsel Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was not very angry. It was just that the three of them had suppressed their frustrations in their hearts and were looking for an outlet to vent. In the end, Zhang Feng slapped his head and shouted excitedly, Lao Li, I finally know. Damn it, I'm missing something. What is it? I suspect that I'm missing some money. Chapter 489. Li Shimin was speechless. He thought that Zhang Feng would say something. But he didn't expect Zhang Feng to think of such a thing. What could he say? He couldn't just say, don't meddle in this matter. I just need to say a word and they'll come here, right? Could he say that? If Zhang Feng were to hear this, not to mention other things, that person, Li Shimin, really could not afford to lose face. Swish! Zhang Feng finally thought it through and stood up from the water bucket with a swooshed sound. Then, he pulled the three of them into the small tavern with his bare buttocks. Come. I was so annoyed that I made a mistake in my thinking. Now that I've figured out the problem, I'll probably get the title deed tomorrow. Take a seat first. I'll make some side dishes. Let's drink till we're drunk tonight. As he spoke, Zhang Feng put on his Han outfit and went into the kitchen. Old son, you have to give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Seeing Zhang Feng go into the kitchen, Li Shimin roared coldly. Zhang Sun Wuji heard that and hurriedly knelt on the ground. His face was already covered in sweat. Your Majesty. It's my fault. Tomorrow morning, I'll thoroughly investigate everyone in Chang'an. I'm not talking about Chang'an. Li Shimin was really angry. If this was a small matter, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what was this? He believed that this was definitely something done by his subordinates. Zhang Sun Wuji would never do such a stupid thing. But it could also be seen from this that the backbone of the Tang Dynasty, which was slowly rising, was actually crawling with vermin. What was this? This was rubbing sand in Li Shimin's eyes. How could he not be angry? And his last sentence represented his anger. But thinking of all kinds of things, Li Shimin was silent for a moment and said, just give them a warning. If it's serious, just kill them. Yes. What could Zhang Sun Wuji say? According to the current situation, he wanted to kill someone, but the emperor had spoken. What could he do? He knew what to do. If everyone was killed in one night, it would definitely cause unrest in a short period of time. Don't underestimate this thing. Although they were the lowest level officials, they were the link between the court and the people. Once this bond was broken, it would take time to reconnect, complete the work. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice resounded in the tavern. And the moment Zhang Feng's voice rang out, the three of them instantly regained their composure, as if the heavy killing intent just now did not exist. Zhang Feng made it very simple. A plate of fried dried fish, a plate of coleslaw, a plate of vinegar mixed with wild vegetables, and a large pot of boiled pork ribs. Although it was simple, it was still very difficult for Li Shimin and the other two to eat these dishes. Come. Stop drooling. When did you guys become so refined? Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and continued chewing the wild vegetables. Hearing this, Li Shimin laughed at himself. Yes, this place is like my own home. I forgot. Come on, you two don't just sit there. Eat. It's rare to eat these dishes in your house, right? Li Shimin said as he picked up some wild vegetables with his chopsticks. He chewed with relish. This was the first time he had eaten wild vegetables. In an instant, the freshness of the wild vegetables made Li Shimin speechless. Fengzi, I remember that outside the city, not to mention wild vegetables, even the weeds have been gnawed by locusts. Where did you get these wild vegetables? Yes. Zhang Feng pointed to the backyard and said, do you see those big vats? These vegetables grew by themselves on the edge of the vats. Only then did they remember that Zhang Feng had 5 big vats leaning against the wall of the courtyard. They couldn't help but feel relieved. This guy had plenty of ways to control the locusts. It was not surprising that he could protect his vegetable garden. These were probably the last wild vegetables in Chang'an City. Not to mention wild vegetables, during this period of time, there was no trace of green on Li Shimin's table at all. Whenever there was a trace of green, it would be sent into his mouth immediately. One could imagine how precious this green vegetable was. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Feng yawned. Li Shimin and the other two did not drink much because they still had things to do. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, they clasped their fists and said, then you should rest early. We'll go back first. Okay. Take care. When my White Deer Plain Academy of Sciences is built, we'll go there for a drink. Okay. Li Shimin and the other two went out of the pub. Li Shimin's slightly hunched back was restored to its usual straight posture. The majesty of an emperor on his body once again made Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yaoji not even dare to breathe loudly. Although Li Shimin did not say a word, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yaoji knew that the emperor was at his most terrifying. The two of them did not say much and silently followed Li Shimin to send him back to the palace. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Qing Yaoji and then looked at the crescent moon above Chang'an City and said, Old Hey, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Chapter 490. Qing Yaoji didn't call for help. Instead, he intercepted a group of about 30 imperial guards at the city gate. Then he and Zhang Sun Wuji rode on horses and galloped through Chang'an City. Although it was already evening, there was still an hour before the curfew. However, there were still some people who came back late in Chang'an City and were hurrying on the streets. But when they heard the rumbling sound of galloping horses, they couldn't help but feel inexplicably surprised. They hurriedly got out of the way. It wasn't until this group of people left that they were shocked to find that this group of people wasn't the imperial guards of the palace. What was going on? Why did they send out the imperial guards? Did they discover the Turk spies? All the people who came back late and heard the deafening sound of the horses' hooves couldn't help but stretch their necks to find out what happened. And this group of imperial guards didn't hide too much. They just stopped at the gate of the Chang'an local government. At this moment, the arrival of this pair of people directly frightened the Yamen runners who were guarding the county Yamen so much that they trembled all over. Grandfathers of the imperial guards, what brings you all here? Go, ask your county magistrate to come out for old man. Zhang Sun Wuji said lightly in a gloomy voice. Although the 6 guards immediately knelt down when they saw the armor of the imperial guards, as long as there was something wrong with their eyes, they would definitely be able to see the 2 old men in the lead. How could the person who spoke be an ordinary official since he was able to bring the imperial guards here? They suppressed the urge to kowtow and hurried into the county government. They didn't know what this group of people was doing here. But from the sound, they knew it couldn't be anything good. Who dared to wait at the gate now? They hurriedly ran into the backyard of the county government. Lord Nyo! Lord Nyo, something happened. Lord Nyo, wake up. People from the palace are here. The shrill cries of these people instantly lit up the lights of the county government. Nyo Whaley, who was thinking about something in the study, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. He opened the door and shouted, "Is the sky falling or the earth sinking? Why are you so flustered? My lord. Someone from the palace is here. This is Chang'an City. Are there fewer people in the palace?" Nyo Whaley was furious. However, the guard spoke again amidst the chatter. The people who came this time are different. They are the Imperial Guards. What? Imperial Guards? Nyo Whaley was shocked when he heard this. Where are they? At the entrance of the county office. Then what are you waiting for? Invite him in. No, the old man in the lead asked you to go out. Go out. The more Nyo Whaley thought about it, the more he felt that things were not so simple. However, since the Imperial Guards were dispatched, something big must have happened. He couldn't help but wave his hand and said, "Pass down the order. Tell all constables and bailiffs to return to the county within an hour." As he spoke, Nyo Whaley hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the county yamen. He didn't know who the person was and why he came here today. But after thinking about it, he realized that he hadn't been in Chang'an City for many days and hadn't done anything. Could it be that there was something important to announce? An old man. Who could it be? Nyo Whaley opened the door of the county yamen with doubts. However, when he saw Zhang Sun Wuji with a livid face and a strange old man with a curly beard who was about 50 years old, Nyo Whaley couldn't help but feel weak in the knees and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "I'm Nyo Whaley. Greetings, Lord Zhao and Lord Liu." Boz. When Nyo Whaley's voice sounded, all the yamen runners behind Nyo Whaley, as well as the servants, suddenly felt their minds explode. Lord Zhao. Lord Liu. Who were they? They were Zhang Sun Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Qing Yao Jin, lunatic Qing, who was called the God of War. Why did these two gods of plague bring people here in the middle of the night? At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Nyo Whaley with a faint smile and said, "It's rare." The old man thought there would be blood tonight, but since you know the old man, forget it. Fu *K, Lao Tzu hasn't killed anyone for a long time, and he killed people in the yamen of Chang'an City. I thought I could have a good time tonight. Who is that? Fu *King Nyo, are you going to let us stand here? Two lords, please. Hurry up, prepare the food and wine. Prepare the good food and wine. Nyo Whaley's voice was hoarse. He roared in a shrill and trembling voice. What did he hear? See blood. Kill. He felt dizzy. Where was this? This was under the Emperor's rule. The person who could bring the Imperial Guards here and say such words was either following the Imperial Edict, or no one dared to do it. Thinking of this, Nyo Whaley was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to say anything? What could he say? Now, if he or anyone dared to fart and made these two angry, the county yamen, Nyo Whaley was soaked all over. He hurriedly led the two into the living room. By the time they entered the living room, the Imperial Guards had already surrounded the entire magistrate's office. Chapter 491. The living room was already filled with wine. Although fruits were scarce at this time of the year, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yao Jin were surprised to see 2 slightly wilted fruits. There were also a few side dishes. Clearly, these were not hastily prepared. They must have been prepared beforehand. Otherwise, how could there be so many things in such a sudden manner? Even when they went to Zhang Feng's small pub, there were sometimes not so many things. It seemed that this little county magistrate was rich. Niu Weili seemed to have seen through their thoughts and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, High Dukes. These things were given to my wife by the people of Lantian when I left. I'm not here today to ask you about this. Someone will come to you about this. You're called Niu Weili, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji did not stand on ceremony. He drank a mouthful of wine and finally put down the wine cup in disdain. Instead, he picked up a fruit and played with it in his hand. 5 days ago, the document for your transfer from Lantian to Chang and was signed by old man previously. You were in Lantian for a few years. Although you didn't do anything, you didn't cause any trouble either. That's why the Ministry of Justice gave you a chance. However, how many days have you been in Chang'an? The things you've done in these 3 days have made me very dissatisfied. Zhang Sun Wuji spoke very slowly as if he was talking about daily life. However, these words sounded different to Niu Weili's ears. Very dissatisfied. Where was he dissatisfied? He thought that he did nothing wrong. He wanted to wait for Zhang Sun Wuji to say something. However, after Zhang Sun Wuji finished speaking, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at him with a faint smile. He could not help it. Niu Weili began to think hard. Think about it carefully. If you can't think of anything tomorrow, you don't have to stay in Chang'an anymore. As he spoke, Zhang Sun Wuji and Qing Yao Jin looked at him playfully and then left. After sending off the 2 gods of plague, Niu Weili collapsed on the ground in front of the yamen. At this moment, his mind was filled with Zhang Sun Wuji's last words. What on earth am I? Did something go wrong? He couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the past 4 days. Grand Advisor, quickly bring me all the complaints from the past 4 days. Niu Weili hurriedly roared as he was carried out of the room by the servants. Coming, Lord Niu, I'm ready. At this moment, the teacher's mustache was trembling non-stop. A few of the documents in his hands fell to the ground. Thus, Niu Weili decided not to leave. He sat on the ground and started flipping through the books. Disperse, disperse, go do whatever you need to do. What are you looking at? Get out. When the teacher saw this, he snatched the lantern from the servant girl's hand and urged the servant to leave. Only then did he lie on the ground with his butt sticking out and go through the cases of the past few days again and again with Niu Weili. He even went through the previous cases and didn't notice anything wrong. However, the more it was like this, the more Niu Weili panicked. He could not help but think of a person. A spendthrift who looked to be in his 20s. Could it be that guy? Niu Weili could not help but exclaim. The private advisor was so scared that he trembled. Lord Niu, who are you talking about? Who else? The one who bought the land. The private advisor's eyelids twitched. You mean the guy who bought 50,000 mu of land? But that's impossible. What ability does that guy have to invite the 2 Grand Dukes? Private advisor Ma, you've been in Chang'an for a long time. Quickly tell me the details of this guy. Also, I asked you to investigate the people who have contact with this guy. What did you find? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Advisor Ma slapped his forehead and said, You think too much. This guy doesn't have any background. He just opened a small tavern in Tonghui Lane. I don't see him doing business all day long. He's just a freeloader. However, the people in Tonghui Lane seem to have a good relationship with him. I heard that the 4 great devils in the city call him brother. Moreover, the 4 great devils once gave him a tiger as a gift. What? A tiger. The 4 great devils. Nyo Whaley's head was completely dizzy. Before coming to Chang'an, he had spent a lot of money to listen to the officials and their sons in Chang'an City, especially the son of Zhang Sunwuji, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the son of the fearless Qing Yaojin. He even inquired about the sons of all the Grand Dukes in Chang'an City. This inquiry was incredible. The 4 great devils in Chang'an City were the sons of the 4 Grand Dukes. At this time, when he suddenly heard this news, Nyo Whaley almost fainted. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the guy could call the 4 great devils and the sons of the 4 Grand Dukes brothers? You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, would Lao Tzu do that? Nyo Whaley cried. She sat on the ground as tears streamed down her face. It was said that one could find 1 or 2 people in Chang'an City that he couldn't afford to offend. He didn't believe it before, but now. Chapter 492. He had thought that this guy was just a rich young master who had nowhere to spend his money. But now, it turned out that he had stepped on a nail. Advisor Ma, tell me about this guy named Zhang Feng. What's his background? Advisor Ma was not a member of the bureau, so there were some things he didn't know. And this matter was too big, so Nyo Whaley didn't intend to tell him. He just said in a low voice, Advisor Ma, I can only tell you that these 2 gentlemen came here tonight because of this guy. You'd better think about it yourself. What? Advisor Ma's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that this somewhat simple-minded Zhang Feng would be able to welcome 2 Grand Dukes. What was going on? Who was he? Don't make wild guesses. This matter is not something we can afford to provoke. Now, what we can do is to settle this matter as soon as possible, and then, let's just wait for the heavens to decide. Nyo Whaley felt desperate. He had thought that coming to Chang'an meant that he was 1 step closer to the top, but, indeed, he was 1 step closer. But he was 1 step closer to death. On the other side. After leaving the Chang'an local government, Qing Yaojin and Zhang Sunwuji went to the agriculture temple and other places one after another. They even summoned all the officials of the Ministry of Justice back to the Ministry of Justice. As long as they were involved in this matter, they were first beaten 50 times and then thrown into prison by the furious Zhang Sunwuji. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. And it was in front of the emperor and Zhang Feng. If brother Zhang Feng were to enter the imperial court in the future, where would he put his old face? How could he show his face? It was all because of these little bastards. If they hadn't been fooling around all day, would such a thing have happened? Who knew how many things these fellows had eaten in the fields behind them? That night, under the furious Zhang Sunwuji's order, the Ministry of Justice was reshuffled. Anyone who was found to be slacking would be beaten and driven out of the Ministry of Justice. If you were a little greedy, it would be fine. If you were a little lustful, it would be fine. If you F***king don't do anything, then it'll be bad. It wasn't just the Ministry of Justice, the Agriculture Temple, the Ministry of Agriculture, and many other places were also reshuffled. Zhang Sunwuji knocked on the doors of all the officials' houses one by one. And it was also on this night. These people all knew one thing. Because of their shirking and incompetence, the emperor was extremely angry. When Fang Xianling found out about this, his eyes turned red with anxiety. He rushed to the Ministry of Agriculture with Fang Yayai. In the Ministry of Agriculture's courtyard, Zhang Sunwuji and Qing Yaojin didn't say anything. They ignored everyone in the Ministry of Agriculture and just sat in the courtyard, waiting for Fang Xianling. What's going on here? Old Fang, who should we start from? You know that he's been running around for the past 2 days because of that incident, but just now, His Majesty and we heard with our own ears that he's been delayed for 3 days because of that incident. He's been running around in these few places for 3 days. What's wrong with that? He's being played like a monkey. Feng Xuanling's expression suddenly changed when he heard that. You bunch of good-for-nothings. The two of you, what should we do? Let's do it this way. If we need to kill them, then kill them. This old man has long wanted to teach this group of people a lesson. Damn it, they usually look so serious. If it wasn't for this matter, this old man really wouldn't have known that there were such vermin in our Ministry of Agriculture. You even angered His Majesty. Do as you see fit. Kill those who should be killed, and punish those who should be punished. When the people from the Ministry of Agriculture heard that, they completely panicked. They didn't know anything. What were they going to do in such a muddle-headed way? Your Excellency, even if you want to beat or scold us, you should at least tell us what we did wrong. That's right, Your Excellency. We usually do things according to the rules. Where did the problem go wrong? Where did the problem go wrong? Qing Yaojin shouted angrily. Come on, let me tell you good-for-nothings. Just 3 days ago, someone refused to buy a piece of land from the Chang and local government to the Agriculture Temple, then to the Ministry of Justice, and then to the Ministry of Agriculture. One by one, they refused to give Lao Tzu a piece of land. Let me ask you, is it very difficult to buy a piece of land? Is it very difficult? Isn't it just a piece of land? Do you have to do this? What does this mean? It means that you're shirking everything you've done. What is this? You're dragging down the Tang Dynasty. Now the Tang Dynasty has just improved, but look at what you've done. Is this something that humans can do? If it wasn't for His Highness the Crown Prince who saw it and reported it to His Majesty, and if it weren't for us old fellows pleading for leniency, I'm telling you, we wouldn't be the only ones here tonight. At this time, the people of the Ministry of Agriculture finally figured out the truth of the matter. And the old man among them couldn't help but be angry. Damn it, which bastard did this? My 3 Grand Dukes, such a person should have his 9 familial exterminated. I beg you to kill his 9 familial exterminations. They knew very well what was going on in the palace now. But now Qing Yaojin was dragging down the progress of the Tang Dynasty. If this was confirmed, it would really be a capital offense. Even if His Majesty didn't kill them, once the notice was posted, they would be drowned by the people's saliva. But at this time, they couldn't help but think of a question. Who on earth had the ability to let His Majesty know about this? Who on earth was the person who bought the land? Chapter 493. The next morning. It was still dark outside. At the entrance of the small tavern. Niu Weili had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He was scared. Because of what happened last night, he didn't sleep at all. He didn't dare to sleep. Last night in the Imperial City, he heard that all the people involved in this incident were in trouble. He didn't know the reason. He was only warned by the 2 state dukes. But his intuition told him that this incident must have something to do with Zhang Feng. Before the rooster crowed, Niu Weili came. But as the sky in the east became brighter, the door still didn't show any signs of opening. Niu Weili sat on the stone steps under the crooked tree and waited. But as he waited, a problem arose. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes at this time, and although he had only been in Chang and City for a few days, there were still people who knew him and greeted him when they saw him. Yo! Lord Niu, you're here to drink so early. This brat probably wouldn't wake up until noon. You'd better go back and come back later. It's okay. I'll just wait here. What could Niu Weili say? He could only put on a smile and make a fist salute to send the person away. But this seemed to be a starting point. As that person left, more and more people came to know that he was here. After all, a county magistrate squatting at the entrance of a tavern early in the morning. How could this not arouse the curiosity of the people? "Lord Nyo, what's wrong with you?" "Lord Nyo, I have some beer at home. If you like it, I can drink while waiting." "Lord Nyo," more and more people came. The whispers grew louder and louder. But when the scorching sun was about to hit his head, the door of Zhang Feng's room slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. At the entrance of the tavern, a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe was squatting in the shade of the tavern's entrance, taking a nap. On the main road, all the newcomers who passed by were pointing at this person and gossiping. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. Did he meet a drunkard this early in the morning? Who is this? It's early in the morning and we're not open for business today. Come early tomorrow. As he spoke, he was about to lock the door. However, when the man heard Zhang Feng's voice, he was so moved that he almost cried. He hastily turned around, grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, and shouted, "Prince Zhang, don't be impatient. Don't be impatient." Zhang Feng instinctively retracted his hand. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but glance at it in surprise. With this glance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Lord Nyo? What are you doing here so early in the morning? Zhang Feng instinctively resisted Nyo Weili. But when Nyo Weili saw that Zhang Feng finally recognized him, he hurriedly pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young Master Zhang, where are you going? Why don't I go down and give you a sedan chair?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He thought that he was dreaming. However, the scorching sun and that familiar voice told him that this was real. "I say, Lord Nyo, what's wrong with you? If you think that the money I gave you isn't enough, you can just say it. You don't have to play with people like this, right?" Zhang Feng was really angry. This was really King infuriating. If you want money, just say it. Do you have to play with people like this? When Nyo Weili heard Zhang Feng's words, his entire face turned green. No. Prince Zhang, we had some misunderstandings before. I thought about it all last night and realized that these things aren't troublesome at all. The main thing is that I just got here and don't know a lot of things. That's why Prince Zhang has to run around for this matter. Fine. What do you mean? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. Why was this different from what he saw yesterday? And this guy actually said that he didn't know anything because he just got here. What kind of bullshit T logic was this? It didn't King make sense. Lord Nyo, just say it. Don't make fun of me here. Although I'm a little young, I'm not a fool. If you have something to say, just say it, okay? Well, if that's the case, I'll say it. Nyo Weili rubbed his hands. Then, as if he had been granted amnesty, he said, "Well, I'll have to trouble Prince Zhang to come to the county office. I'll definitely get this done within an hour today." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "Are you sure you're not playing with me?" Zhang Feng was really scared of being played. But at this moment, even if Nyo Weili lent him a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Maybe right now, there were people from the Ministry of Justice among the crowd at the closed door, looking at him. Even if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Seeing that Zhang Feng agreed, Nyo Weili waved his hand and shouted, "Advisor Ma, quickly bring the sedan chair here." "What are you waiting for?" "Prince Zhang, I've prepared a sedan chair for you. I hope Prince Zhang can do me the honor." Chapter 494. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He seriously suspected that this was a dream. Since he had just woken up, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He leaned on the soft couch and fell asleep. He wanted to make sure that this was not a dream. How could it make a person change overnight? If this was not a dream, then what was it? He would never believe that Nyo Whaley would be so kind as to not only invite him, but also prepare a sedan chair for him. After Zhang Feng entered the sedan chair, the most shocked people were none other than the neighbors of Tonghui Lane. Everyone thought that Zhang Feng was sitting in the sedan chair, but the new county magistrate actually followed the sedan chair. What the hell is going on? Who knows? I don't know. But Fengzi seems to be very busy these days. He didn't even open his shop. He went out at dawn and came back when it was dark. I don't know what he's doing. Isn't that right? I've never seen this brat so diligent before. Will something happen to Fengzi? No, we have to go to the county government. If something happens, we have to be witnesses. Yes. Nothing can happen to Fengzi. He's such a good person. He must be wronged. Let's go. Basically, after the neighbors of Tonghui Lane found out about this matter, they all abandoned their food and ran away as well. They were not worried about losing their things. In Tonghui Lane, who dared to steal? My saliva will drown you. As Nyo Whaley and the others walked slowly to the county government, more and more people followed them. No one knew what was going on. Why were there so many people following them? Involuntarily, everyone followed the crowd and slowly flocked to the Chang and local government. Even if Nyo Whaley and Advisor Ma saw it, what could they say? If they dared to say a word, they might not even be able to sleep tonight. Therefore, even if someone quietly asked who was in the sedan chair, they did not dare to say. Fortunately, the road to the yamen wasn't too far. Outside the palanquin, Nyo Whaley could faintly hear Zhang Feng snoring. When they arrived at the county yamen, Nyo Whaley still did not see Zhang Feng wake up. He could not help but wave his hand and have the people carry the palanquin into the backyard, blocking all the commoners at the front door. Nyo Whaley was left alone to wait for Zhang Feng to wake up. Advisor Ma, on the other hand, hurriedly left with his men to deal with the matter of the title deed. Actually, Zhang Feng's matter wasn't troublesome. It was just that Nyo Whaley saw how generous Zhang Feng was, so he had some ideas. But who would have thought that not only did he fail to take advantage of this good thing, he actually offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Now, looking at Zhang Feng's sedan, he wanted to slap himself a few times. After some time, Zhang Feng finally woke up. But when he woke up, Zhang Feng was worried again. This dream was really King long. But why did the palanquin stop? And why wasn't there any sound from outside? The moment he lifted the curtain, he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that this seemed to be the backyard of the county yamen, but in the backyard, in front of his palanquin, there was a table full of wine and dishes. Next to this table, there was another table with a stack of documents and a seal on it. Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up, Nyo Whaley hurriedly asked the servants to serve Zhang Feng a cup of tea that had already cooled down. Prince Zhang, please take a seat. These are all dishes prepared by a chef I found in Chang and City through my connections. I heard that the dishes on this table were all passed down to him by an expert. And these drinks were only recently introduced to Chang and City. I guess Prince Zhang hasn't tasted them yet, right? Zhang Feng looked at the familiar but somewhat inferior dishes on the table and was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the cooking skill he passed down to Zhou Dafu? But Zhang Feng didn't know what was going on. Although he wanted to get the title deed and develop his great business in Chang and City, he wasn't a fool. Lord Nyo, let's forget about this. Let's just do what we need to do. After all, we're all very busy. Busy your ass. My life is now in your hands. Nyo Whaley complained incessantly in his heart. But he didn't dare to say anything. Well, since Prince Zhang still has things to do, then let's do it directly. Registrar. Hurry up and bring all the documents here. Prince Zhang, please sit down. Niu Weili invited Zhang Feng to sit at the desk. Then he carefully sat beside Zhang Feng and handed the documents to Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, this is the document from the Ministry of Justice. You just need to sign here, and this land will be yours. And this document is from the Ministry of Works. It's mainly to register these lands, in case you encounter such a troublesome thing next time. And this is the certificate that I want to keep in the county registrar. It needs to be signed by Prince Zhang himself. After seeing the deep surprise in Zhang Feng's eyes, Niu Weili then picked up another document and said, of course, this is prepared for you. You only need to sign the document for that piece of land. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. According to Niu Weili's request, he signed his name on each document. But in his mind, a sentence kept flashing. This can't be F*King real. I must be dreaming. Chapter 495. Zhang Feng dizzily touched the title deed and sent him out of the magistrate's office under the gaze of Niu Weili and the others. He looked at the gate of the magistrate's office and then looked at the sun in the sky. Zhang Feng still felt that it was so unreal. Things that couldn't be done in 3 days were all done in less than an hour. Was this Niu Weili's conscience awakening? Or was Lao Tzu dreaming? What the hell? Wasn't this a green light all the way? He closed the gate, got on the sedan chair, got off the sedan chair, and then sat down to sign the papers. Wasn't this too smooth? Along the way, Zhang Feng was thinking hard about this matter. But no matter how he thought about it, it still felt strange. Could it be because Niu Weili knows Lao Li? After seeing Lao Li go to find me yesterday, did he awaken his conscience? Yes. Damn it, that's it. Damn it, how could I forget about Lao Li? Zhang Feng patted his head and blamed this matter on Li Shimin. Only now did Zhang Feng completely let go of the doubts in his heart. However, if it was Lao Li, it definitely wouldn't be like this. This made Zhang Feng's desire to be an official even stronger. But now, although there were still 3 years. But in these 3 years, Zhang Feng was confident that with these 50,000 mu of land, his name would resound throughout the Tang Dynasty. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? Why did you go out so early in the morning? Do you want us to accompany you to the magistrate's office? Unknowingly, Zhang Feng returned to the gate and closed it. At the gate, Li Qingqian and the others had been waiting for a long time. Even Qing Chumo poked through the paper window and looked inside. Seeing Zhang Feng come back to his senses, Li Qingqian and the others asked with a worried face, "Are you okay? I just heard that you were invited by the county magistrate. What happened?" "It's nothing. Isn't it just because your brother Feng is handsome and wants to treat me to a drink?" Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. How could they not know what happened last night? That's enough. The bulls in Chang and city have been blown to death by you. Let's go. Open the door quickly. It's such a hot day. Don't you feel embarrassed to let us stand at the door like idiots? They entered the room and found a place to sit down. He picked up a bamboo barrel of beer from the large vat in the backyard and drank to his heart's content. As they drank, Li Qingqian asked, "Fengzi, have you bought your land yet? I haven't seen you for the past few days. Do you need that long to buy land?" "Pa." Zhang Feng didn't waste his breath. He slammed the title deed on the table. Look, look. 50,000 mu of land is now Zhang Feng's. Pooh. They couldn't help but spit out the wine in their mouths. How much? How many mu did you say? They thought Zhang Feng was buying the land in Chang and city. So, when they heard Zhang Feng say 50,000 mu, even the carefree Qing Chumo couldn't help but praise him. "Fengzi, did you buy the whole of Chang and city?" 50,000 mu. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to change your career and raise pigs? Get lost. I'll let you be the first one to run around the place. Zhang Feng was listening well at first, but when Qing Chimo spoke, the whole atmosphere changed. He wanted to show off, but this grandson of his had completely ruined it. However, these guys didn't give up and continued to ask, Fengzi, tell me, where did you buy? Did you really buy the whole of Chang'an City? Zhang Feng was speechless. Do you think I, Zhang Feng, have so much money? Can I afford to buy Chang'an City? Besides, take your brains and think about it. Can you buy it? Li Qingqian couldn't help but be more puzzled. If you didn't buy Chang'an City, then where did you buy? Why did you spend so much time? How could Zhang Feng tell him such a shameful thing? He rolled his eyes and said, speaking of that place. It's a good place, located between Beiba River and Chan River. Zhongnan Mountain is to the south, Shao Mountain is to the east, and Ba River is to the north. It's the first barrier of Chang'an City. Such a good place, I had to check it out first before buying it. What? You mean Shao Mountain? Then why did you buy Thatched Beach? Tell me honestly, how much money did you spend? This. Zhang Feng smiled and said, not much, just 50,000. 50,000. Qing Chimo and the others' eyes almost popped out. They couldn't help but silently put down their beers, shook their heads, and sighed. This sigh made Zhang Feng a little confused. Why? Do you think I've made a fortune? Let me tell you, this time it has nothing to do with you. No. Li Qingqian solemnly patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, you're going to beg for food. We're just embarrassed to drink your beer for free. Do you know that if you buy that place, it's equivalent to smashing it in your hands? Tell me, how can we take advantage of you? Chapter 496. That's right, Fengzi. If that place was a good place, it would have been bought by those shrewd businessmen long ago. That place was once washed out by the mud from the Ba and Chan rivers after a flood. Although that place looks good, it can't even grow crops. Although it looks like mud, when you use a hoe, it will turn into stones. If you have that money, why don't you use it to buy a few houses in Chang'an or a few shops and expand your little tavern? Do you have to throw money into the water like that? The few of them spoke one after another, making Zhang Feng dumbfounded. Isn't it just buying a piece of land? Do you have to be like this? Besides, who said that Lao Tzu bought land to grow crops? Do I, Zhang Feng, look like someone who grows crops? No, what's wrong with all of you? Didn't I just buy a piece of land? Do you have to put on such a sad face? Isn't it just 50,000 taels of silver? With our Zhang Feng's ability, this money is gone. Isn't it just a matter of earning it back with a meal? The few of them pursed their lips. They automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's words. With his character, even if he really suffered a loss, how could he say it out loud? This guy must be puffing himself up at his own cost. Li Qingqian couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and patted Zhang Feng, saying, Fengzi, although this 50,000 taels of silver is a small matter, it's really useless to buy a piece of land. You. It's fine, it's fine. This money is your father's. Zhang Feng's words directly choked Li Qingqian to death. Who was his father? That's the current emperor. Would his imperial father blindly use the money to do such a ridiculous thing? No. Hearing this, Li Qingqian asked in surprise, Fengzi, are you sure that this 50,000 taels of silver was taken by my father? Otherwise, your father is really a wily old fox. His ability to not act without seeing the hair is really good. Then why are you buying this piece of land? With Li Qingqian asking like this, everyone finally relaxed. If it was the emperor who paid for this, then there must be a way. But this time, the emperor didn't even tell anyone. What did this mean? This meant that Zhang Feng was up to something big this time. Under their expectant gazes, Zhang Feng said slowly, I didn't buy this land for farming. Even if I want to farm, I'll leave it for you guys to farm in the future. Do you still remember what I said before? I'll let you guys learn real skills. When they heard this, their eyes instantly turned red. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to remain silent. He then continued, I said before that I will train you to become the people you want to be. Iron Bull, do you still remember the heavy armor I mentioned before? And the unbreakable shield, right? I remember. But, as long as you remember. Zhang Feng interrupted him. He said again, I remember that you want to learn real mathematics, as well as physics after mathematics, right? I still remember that I told you about the strange scriptures, right? Zhang Feng finally looked at Li Qingqian and asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. At this moment, a few people also stood up excitedly and surrounded Zhang Feng. It was unknown if Zhang Feng was talking to himself or to them. His gaze went past them and looked at the street. He said in a low voice, in this world, who doesn't have a dream? Everyone has a dream. It's the same for me. You all think that I've always been sloppy. Indeed, I used to want to eat and wait for death, to be a salted fish. Don't ask me what a salted fish is. I can only say that after I met you, you all changed, and so did I. Slowly, I began to realize that there was the unfathomable Lao Li, the cunning Lao's son, the honest and violent Lao Qin, the loyal Lao Wei, Lao Feng, and Lao Du. After that, I met the stubborn people of Chang and City. We were all changing, weren't we? You were all subtly influenced by me. At first, I was afraid of interacting with anyone in Chang and City. Later, I slowly discovered the frankness of Guzi, Zhu Zi, and the others, as well as the concern and frankness of Lao He, Lao Xiuzai, Zhu Zi's father, and other neighbors. At that time, I suddenly realized that I was not alone. I still had brothers, friends, and family. And the neighbors on the whole street. Zhang Feng spoke very slowly. At this time, the few people in the tavern looked at Zhang Feng with flickering eyes and fell silent. Zhang Feng took a sip of wine and said again, in the past, I thought that the world had nothing to do with me. If I went to the imperial court, with my ability, I, Zhang Feng, wouldn't have to worry about my name not being recorded in history. However, in the end, after the college was established, I suddenly realized that I still had nothing. All of you were very busy, but I still had nothing to do. From that day onward, I suddenly thought of something. If I want to leave my name in history, I don't just have to do it in the imperial court. I have to use everything that can benefit the country and the people. I have to use it on the people. Only then can I leave my name in history. Chapter 497. Feng Zi. Good brother, if you have something to say, just say it. You still have us. Yes. You once told us that if we want to surpass the glory of our parents, we have to be brave enough to walk out of their shadow. It's because of your words that we follow you wholeheartedly. If you have something to say, don't hold it in. Just say it. If we're brothers, we'll carry it together. Feng Zi, if Li Qingqian and the others couldn't tell what was going on, they would be fools. At this moment, Zhang Feng was going to teach them real skills. Wasn't this what they had been dreaming of? But why did they feel so bitter in their hearts right now? And uncomfortable? Why wasn't there a trace of excitement? No. Before Zhang Feng said those words, they were very excited to learn Zhang Feng's real skills. But after Zhang Feng said those words, they felt a kind of loneliness from Zhang Feng's calm words. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Okay, you guys are putting a lot of pressure on me, okay? Isn't this something to be happy about? I've finally walked out of the stubbornness in my heart. Isn't that something to be happy about? Feng Zi. Li Qingqian patted Zhang Feng heavily, but in the end, he choked with sobs. Okay, why are you crying as a man? I bought this place because it's far away from Chang'an City. It's far away from the hustle and bustle of Chang'an City. In this way, no one will be able to affect my research. Feng Zi, you're saying that you bought this place to set up that research institute? Li Qingqian asked in shock. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right, but also wrong. From now on, this place really belongs to me, Zhang Feng, but it also belongs to you guys. Here, I can do some research in peace. Tainyo, do you still remember the tricycle from before? How could Qing Chumo not remember? Yes, I do. Do you want to study that thing? Zhang Feng nodded and shook his head. That's right, that's not right either. Do you still remember this thing and the metal ship I made before? They looked at each other in surprise. The iron boat was listed as the top secret of the palace. However, they still remembered that this thing came from Zhang Feng. Iron boat, iron carriage, could there be a connection between these two? Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something. Feng Zi, do you mean to say that you purposely made those iron boats and iron carriages? Is this the same method used to subdue Tubo? They couldn't help but think of a terrifying thing, and that was Zhang Feng's brain. This guy was a freak. Every time something happened, it would create a strange connection with the subsequent events. This time, when Zhang Feng said this, they suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. However, they were unable to connect that to anything that had happened before. The only thing that was connected was water transportation. Zhang Feng nodded again, then shook his head. Have you ever seen a ship that travels millions of li in a day? And it doesn't need people to row it. Have you ever seen a carriage that can travel thousands of li in a day and never get tired without cows and horses? Have you ever seen yourself wearing that invulnerable armor and entering a foreign land on the other side of the ocean? Boom! Li Qingqian and others were completely shocked. What was Zhang Feng talking about? A ship that can travel millions of li in a day. And it doesn't need people to row it. How could it be possible? And this carriage is tireless and never stops. How could it be possible? Even if it's a water wheel, it's impossible for it to never stop, right? And the other side of the ocean. This was the second time that Zhang Feng had mentioned this place. Was there really such a place? If so, and if it was really possible, what would happen if they didn't rely on the glory of their fathers and used their own ability to list the barbarian land that Zhang Feng once mentioned as the territory of the Tang Dynasty? Involuntarily, the chests of the 5 teenagers in the tavern were violently heaving up and down. The eyes of the cynical Qing Chumo, Zhang Sunchong, and Wei Shuyu were flashing with a burning light. They couldn't wait to take the ship that could travel millions of li in a day and go to that distant place. Du Go was very silent. However, from his tightly clenched fists, it could be seen that his heart was not calm at all. And Zhang Feng looked at their faces one by one. What was this? This was a dream. He once had a dream, but in the end, the dream was shattered into pieces. And in their eyes, wasn't it the same? Okay, boys, are you willing to be the one who can make your fathers look at you in a new light, and even throw them 8 streets away? Are you willing to study these strange things with me, and then show them to your fathers, and let him feel that you've grown up and are no longer the people who only need to eat and wait for death? Are you willing to fulfill your dreams with me? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he stood up and placed his hand in front of Li Qingqian, asking, Li Qingqian, are you willing? I'm willing. Qing Chumo and the others also stood up, and slapped Zhang Feng's neck, shouting, "Damn, good brother, I'm willing. Good brother. Ha ha ha. Even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, I, Qin will let everyone know that their grandfather Qin is not only a demon king, but also a demon king that they will never forget." Ha ha ha, you're just bragging. If you have the ability, then try saying these words in front of your father. Ha ha ha. The few of them laughed and enjoyed together. For the same dream. Zhang Feng patted their shoulders. The few of them almost pinched Zhang Feng to the point of fainting. With great difficulty, he crawled out from under their arms, and Li Qingqian once again grabbed his shoulders, saying, "Fengzi, just say it, what should we do next? We'll listen to you. Are you sure?" Hearing this, the few of them couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the expression on Zhang Feng's face made them panic involuntarily. Chapter 498. Fengzi, just say it. What exactly do you want to do? You're really asking for a beating right now, you know that. Qing Chumo and the rest instantly woke up from their excitement when they saw Zhang Feng's sneaky smile. This guy was going to cause trouble again. When they thought of what they had said before, that they would go through water and tread on fire, they wished they could take those words back. But it was too late now. Zhang Feng looked at their expressions and smiled again. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that you all know that this institute has just been set up. It's impossible for me to give up on this. I heard that you all recruited more than 30 people in one night. I'll leave these people to you, but you only have 2 hours a day to teach them. After that, you'll basically stay in this research institute for the rest of your time. You're saying that we can also teach people? To be teachers. Qing Chumo and the rest pointed at themselves in disbelief. Zhang Feng shook his head. Do you think you're worthy? No. Qing Chumo shook his head. People should know their own limits. They knew what abilities they had. If they were asked to teach these people how to eat meat, drink wine, go to the brothel and fight, there was nothing to say. But if they were really asked to teach these people how to eat meat, drink wine, go to the brothel and fight, there was nothing to say. Then forget it. Not to mention anything else. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baoqi were smarter than him. They were also veterans. If they were asked to teach them. What was that? They were completely looking for trouble. Qing Chumo could not help but ask curiously, then tell me, you want us to teach people, and now you're saying this. What exactly are you asking us to teach? You're not going to teach them how to become stubborn, right? Don't worry about this. There's no need to teach them. They're all more open than us. When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These are the people you found for me. Qing Chumo's face stiffened. He shrunk his neck and said, well, didn't Li Gan's father ask us to look for them? We only know this group of people in Chang'an City. How are we supposed to find them in one night? We even went straight to his house and kidnapped him. When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly had the urge to beat someone up. What the F***ck, what the hell is going on here? But now, Zhang Feng could only curse in his heart. That's enough. From now on, don't bring such people into the academy. After all, the academy might be divided into 2 courtyards in the future. Li Qingqian and the others had wanted to see Zhang Feng make a fool of himself, but when they heard Zhang Feng's words, their expressions couldn't help but become sluggish. Didn't you say that you don't want this academy anymore? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingqian. Who told you that we don't want this academy anymore? Do you think that Lao Tzu worked so hard to get it for fun? Let me tell you, Chang'an University will definitely be an important place for academic research in the future. Although the research institute is in Shao Mountain, that place is also where we conduct experiments. Do you understand now? These two academies can be said to be a place for academic research and to discover talents, while the other is a place for true learning of skills. To put it bluntly, this is a technical school. This is a place for true learning of skills. I named it White Deer College. Zhang Feng had thought it through very clearly. There was a long way to go. If he wanted to walk a different path from others, then he had to have his own characteristics. As for what characteristics he had to have, it had to be something professional. Take these guys for example. What if he asked Du Dabing to learn from Chintinu? Forget it. In less than 3 days, this guy would definitely quit. Everyone had their own strengths. What Zhang Feng wanted to do was to try his best to make use of these people's strengths. That was all. However, as soon as the words, technical school, came out, Ching Chumo and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Just as they were about to ask, Zhang Feng waved his hand. The so-called technical school is actually my academy. It includes winemaking, business, and even some other things. I once remembered a saying, with a skill in hand, you can travel thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Just like a carpenter, as long as you know how to do carpentry, you will starve to death. No. Now that the economy of the Tang Dynasty has developed, what we lack now is talents in this area. No matter how good our current emperor is at scheming, if there is no one under him, he will still be doomed. That's not right, Fengzi. What I know now is that ever since the imperial examination system was introduced, everyone has set the college entrance examination as their goal. But if you do this, isn't this, Li Qingqian finally understood. So, the things that Zhang Feng had set up in Shao Mountain and those factories, to put it bluntly, were teaching these people how to work. If that was the case, would anyone come? Now that the academy had opened, although it was said to attract people, there were still people watching. If this matter was spread out, how many people would dare to come? Who would want to come? However, Zhang Feng said something that no one understood. Because of this, it needs me, it needs you. Chapter 499. Zhang Feng was right. Although the current Great Tang had all the basic necessities, it still didn't have the basic necessities. However, if the rubber factory, steel factory, and other things were to be built, and even the thing that he just said could travel thousands of miles in a day would definitely be built. At that time, when these things came out, no one would be able to accept them, repair them, or operate them. Then wouldn't Zhang Feng really be bored out of his mind to make these things? And these things were the things that would dominate the world in the future. These were the things that could make his name go down in history. This was also the main reason why he wanted to build a technical school. Last time, when Lao Li persuaded him to build a technical school, Zhang Feng was not a fool. When Lao Li opened his mouth, he knew. But this matter, this idea, he had already had it. Now the Tang Dynasty belonged to the era of slavery and feudalism. Basically, more than half of the people in Chang and city were slaves or people who had just gotten rid of their slavery. And they had been working hard all their lives to get rid of their slavery. Even if they had to work like a horse for others, they had to get rid of this thing. And Zhang Feng, who had been educated that everyone was equal, how could he see this? Therefore, from Go, Zi and the others, as well as the old elementary scholar, he suddenly had an epiphany. The reason why Pyrolite Mountain's Research Institute was located on Pyrolite Mountain and had even bought 50,000 mu of land was precisely because of this thing. Once this thing was developed, there would inevitably be countless factories on Pyrolite Mountain. How could they count on Li Gan and the others for these factories? Or should he count on Lao Li and the others? Weren't they all ordering others behind their backs? But this thing, unlike other things, was a technical work. Ordinary people really couldn't do it with more people. Although it wasn't a sophisticated thing, it was still a sophisticated thing for the people of this era. At this time, Li Qingqian and the others were no longer laughing and joking. Their eyes flickered. Seeing that Zhang Feng was thinking about something, they whispered to each other. Seeing that Zhang Feng had come back to his senses, Li Qingqian said in a serious tone, "Feng Zi, your idea is really awesome. As your brother, I have nothing to say about it. But have you thought about it? In the current Tang Empire, everyone hopes that their children can enter an academy. Only by being literate will they be able to stand out. Even if you work for a rich family, the salary and work of literate people will be very leisurely, and there will be a chance for you to be promoted. However, if you are illiterate, you will have to work hard for the rest of your life. Therefore, although what you said is really tempting, we still think that it will not work. Think about it. If you can afford it, who doesn't want to be successful in school? But I know what you want to say." Zhang Feng waved his hand lightly. "Let me give you an example. Let's take that invulnerable shield as an example. It's actually made of steel. I want to build a steel mill on Shao Mountain. It's not something that can be done with a large number of people. It requires a certain amount of knowledge. For example, at what temperature can the steel be formed, at what temperature, and what kind of effect can be achieved? Tell me, is this something that ordinary people can do?" Li Qingqian thought for a while and shook his head. "No. Then isn't it enough? This matter, I, Zhang Feng, dare to bet that among the 5 of you, although you and Dabing are the best learners, you may not be able to make this thing. I'm talking about 3 more years of learning. Then you're saying that we don't have the strength of Iron Bull? When the time comes, won't we find someone?" Dugo grumbled unhappily. Instantly, he was glared at by Li Qingqian. Only then did Dugo shrink his neck and stop talking. However, at this time, Li Qingqian and the others did not say anything. They seemed to be waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, you're right. But what kind of people are you looking for? Can they know the knowledge that you have now? Let me tell you, although this thing looks simple, if you don't understand the overall structure of steel and have a reserve of knowledge in this area, even if you invite the best blacksmith and smelter in the world, you may not be able to make it. This is the power of knowledge. You think that you have a lot of knowledge. No, you haven't even scratched the surface. After mathematics is the physics that I mentioned before. Without a certain level of physics, no matter who comes, it is impossible to make steel." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he smiled faintly. "Now, how much do you think you have learned? Now, do you think that this school that I called a technical school is simple? If you still think that this thing is simple, very good. Find some people and persuade me. I, Zhang Feng, will immediately carry this thing and never come to Chang'an again." Chapter 500. Seeing how confident Zhang Feng was, Li Qingqian and the others were speechless. Zhang Feng was never one to boast. That was the scariest part. That was to say, what they were learning now, as well as the division and multiplication that they thought were the true mysteries of mathematics, were really the limit. Then what was the physics that Zhang Feng was talking about? And that was Zhang Feng's true ability. That spear that could break through anything. Even if Zhang Feng didn't spread it out, he could rely on that sample to make him successful and famous. But what did they hear now? Zhang Feng wanted to pour all his abilities into this school. That also meant that Zhang Feng really wanted to groom them as his successors. This, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even Dugo couldn't help but feel a little emotional at this time. "Fengzi, are you sure you want to impart everything you've learned to us? And that whatever physics, what exactly is it? Is it really that magical?" "Magical?" Zhang Feng asked back and smiled. This isn't about magical or not. Let me ask you, Bing. Think about it, if one day you can control the thunder and lightning in the sky, will you think it's magical? If one day you can create lightning and use it to benefit the Tang Dynasty, will you think it's magical? When one day you're flying in the sky in your experiment, you won't think how magical it is. These things, in your eyes at that time, are actually just sets of formulas. These are physics. The place where we live now is actually full of physics knowledge. It's just that we don't realize it. When Zhang Feng said that, Li Qingqian and Du Go couldn't help but be shocked. Flying in the sky. Being able to control thunder and lightning and create thunder and lightning. Wasn't this something that only the legendary gods could do? How could they possibly have such an ability? How was this possible? Qing Chimo could not help but feel anxious. Feng Zi, can I also master that thing you mentioned? Thunder and lightning. F***CK. That's an ability that only immortals can control. Feng Zi, are you really an immortal? Zhang Feng was speechless. Do I look like a god to you? It would be great if I was really a deity. Unfortunately. But don't flatter me. Some things are innate. You are destined not to be able to learn them. Of course, you have other uses. As Zhang Feng spoke, Du Go grew agitated. So you're saying that I'll be able to control it? But Iron Bowl and the others aren't bad either. Zhang Feng shook his head. It's not a problem of being bad or not. This depends on talent. This thing isn't some immortal skill. It's just something that is commonly used in physics. In the future, you will naturally come into contact with it. Think about it now. With the 5 of you, only 2 people can do it. Think about it carefully. If you build a factory on this land of 50,000 mu, when the time comes, there will only be 2 of you. Do you want to die of exhaustion? Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. Li Qingqian's and Du Go's expressions couldn't help but flicker with uncertainty. Zhang Feng was telling the truth. When the time comes, if it was some steel factory, although they didn't know what it was. But it was definitely similar to iron. When the time comes, let the 2 of them boil molten iron. Was that possible? Although they didn't know what it was, they had seen blacksmiths forge iron. When the time comes, if it all fell on them. That. When they thought of the crown prince of a country being a blacksmith, they felt that something was wrong. However, the ability to control thunder and lightning that Zhang Feng had sketched out had really attracted them. Especially Li Qingqian. When the time comes, if they really learned this craft, they only needed this. When he showed it in the political announcement hall that day, he really wanted to see the expressions of everyone in the political announcement hall at that time. That would be the real excitement. Feng Zi, I understand what you mean. What you mean is that everyone has their own advantages. For example, I was born with great strength. But De Sha, Chong Zi, De Bing, Li Gan, we are all different from each other. So in the future, we will learn different things, right? That is to say, although we can't learn the ability to control thunder and lightning, we will definitely learn something else, right? Also, this technical school, is specially here to do this thing. Qing Chimo rubbed his hair and instantly loosened the bun on his head. At this time, his hair covered his face and looked a little crazy. But he also got to the point. Zhang Feng nodded. He gave a thumbs up with some appreciation. You're right. Everyone is an individual, so our teaching policy in the future will be based on this. As for things like, I care about others, that's bullsh*t. When the time comes, when you graduate, I will give you marks. This thing depends on the skills you have mastered. Who the hell saw you learn a few words? Chapter 501. Chang and University and White Deer Institute have never been a place where you would be judged based on your knowledge. In this place, I don't care how stubborn you are or how weird you are. What I want is weird. Only these weirdos will blossom with unfathomable brilliance in the future. As for those people who only read books, when the time comes, they will be a **king block of wood, completely useless. You can hide your weapons with your knowledge. Zhang Feng told them about the new academy's final definition of knowledge. Li Qingqian and the others finally understood why Zhang Feng had set the standard of 10 marks a day and a test every month. So this was the cause of all these things. Zhang Feng, this bastard, was really F***king mean. Fengzi, if that's the case, you did it on purpose when you asked us to wash the floor the first time you entered the academy. Cheng Chimo clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. It seemed that he would go up to Zhang Feng to loosen his muscles if he didn't answer correctly. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. What are you doing? Which day are you talking about? Why don't I remember asking you to wash the floor? Did you hear it wrong? When they heard that, they were furious. Brothers, did you hear that? Fengzi was playing with us last time. Lao Tzu's palms were bruised. What should we do? Beat him up. As they spoke, the angry people rushed forward. Of course, they didn't really want to beat up Zhang Feng. After twisting together for a while, they lay on the floor of the tavern and looked at the tiles above the tavern. Li Qingqian panted and said, Fengzi, are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Then, if that's the case, I'll take care of the construction of Xingshan Academy. After all, I know a lot of people. When Zhang Feng heard this, how could he be unwilling? Just the matter of the title deed made him not want to do these trivial things anymore. Now that someone took the initiative to contract, and it was a rich second generation, how could he, Zhang Feng, not agree? This was something that could be done without spending any money. Only a fool would refuse. All right, since you've taken it on, let's start as soon as possible. The sooner the research institute is repaired, the sooner we can start teaching you about physics. Zhang Feng hurriedly agreed. Li Qingqian smacked his lips and thought for a while before asking, Fengzi, can you tell me a little first? What exactly is physics? Physics, Zhang Feng was in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't know how to explain it. Instead, it was because many of these things felt wrong if he said them out loud. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng said, actually, this thing is very simple. When you can fly into the sky with a piece of paper and an oil lamp, then come find me. When Li Qingqian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but pop out. Isn't this a Kongming lantern? It's such a simple thing, you. Zhang Feng slapped his head in realization. He had really forgotten about that master. However, Zhang Feng glanced at Li Qingqian and said, I'm not done yet. What I mean is, if you can make this thing send a chicken into the sky, and it's even carrying a chicken into the sky, then come find me. Li Qingqian was stunned. He knew about this Kongming lantern. It could be used to fly into the sky with an oil lamp and a piece of paper. However, if he put a chicken in this lantern, how was that possible? As he thought about it, Li Qingqian left. On one hand, he wanted to figure out how the chicken could fly into the sky and wanted to try it himself. On the other hand, he wanted to find an artisan as soon as possible and settle the matter of the academy. However, when Li Qingqian left the small tavern, he waved his hand from afar. Instantly, a few woodcutters appeared in front of Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian looked at them and said, now, go and find the materials for this crown prince's Kongming lantern. As he spoke, Li Qingqian slowly walked away while muttering to himself. He left behind a few dumbfounded people. What's going on? It's not a holiday or a new year. Why does the crown prince want a Kongming lantern? Who knows? Let's go and find it quickly. Since the crown prince needs it, it means that this thing is very important. Go, go, go. It's strange. Why would he put a Kongming lantern here? After Li Qingqian left. In the tavern, Dugo and the others frowned like insects on a tree. They knew about the Kongming lantern and had even let it go. However, it was already at its limit to bring an oil lamp. Now, Zhang Feng wanted to bring a chicken. Even if it was a little chick, it had to be at least 1 or 2 pounds, right? Moreover, this thing was alive. It was inevitable that it would kick and stomp around. How could it make the Kongming lantern fly? Qing Chumo couldn't help but pull his hair and think hard. Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu were muttering something. Only Dugo was left trying to figure something out. For a while, Zhang Feng finally had some free time. He believed that these guys would definitely participate in this experiment. However, could they really succeed? Chapter 502. At this moment, Zhang Feng just remembered that he was hungry. He woke up at noon, went to the county yamen to get the title deed, and talked with these guys for a long time. Now that he was free, he felt so hungry that he almost fainted. He saw that they were thinking about the Kongming lantern and couldn't think of anything for a while. In the end, he quietly ran to the kitchen and took out the cured meat that he had cooked before. He held it and gnawed on it while gulping down a can of beer. Only then did he feel energized. When he walked out of the kitchen with a lamb leg in his hand, he saw Qing Chumo, who smelled the aroma and came over. Qing Chumo's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the lamb leg. Wow! We were all fooled by this thing that you came up with, but you hid away to eat delicious food. Hurry up and make some food. We're all hungry. As he spoke, Qing Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng's half-eaten lamb leg and took away the beer in his hand. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It turned out that these people really treated his place as a free tavern. But he touched his stomach and didn't want to argue with Qing Chumo anymore. It was better to fill his stomach now. He casually made a few bowls of noodles in the kitchen. When he brought them out, the lamb leg had already been eaten by the 4 of them. Seeing Zhang Feng carrying a big bowl of noodles, they consciously ran to the kitchen and brought out their own portions. They squatted beside Zhang Feng and ate the garlic in a daze. Fengzi, now that Li Gan has taken care of the construction of the school, shouldn't the school in Chang and recruit some people first? Otherwise, with just the few of us, it will be a little difficult. Moreover, the school will be built quickly. By the time it's done, it will be the busy farming season in September. By then, it will be difficult to even find a temporary job, let alone recruit people. Zhang Sun said vaguely while slurping the noodles. As soon as he said that, Zhang Feng remembered this matter. Then tell me, do you have any good ideas? My school, although it's called a school, but you know the things inside. To put it bluntly, it's a technical school. Compared with the Imperial College, there's still a big gap. Both schools are in Chang'an, and there's bound to be a conflict when recruiting. Right. Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something. He put the bowl on his knee and said, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? If you have something to say, then say it. Qing Chumo rolled his eyes, threw a clove of garlic into his mouth, and said while chewing. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to smash his bowl, which was bigger than his head, on Qing Chumo's face. But when he thought that he couldn't beat this guy, he admitted defeat. I don't intend to charge tuition. When the time comes, it will be deducted from their wages as workers in the factory. Not only that, I will also formulate a set of scholarships in the future. Also, when they are in the school, the students must strictly abide by the rules. Every student's monthly living expenses, which is food money, can only bring one amount. If they have more than that, it will all be confiscated. If they have more than that, they will be recorded in the school register for the second time. What do you think? Hearing this, several people's eyes almost popped out. When Zhang Feng said one amount of money, they were already jealous. When Zhang Feng finished speaking, their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing this, Zhang Feng added again, "What do you want to do? This is my academy. The rules have to be like this. Otherwise, how can these rich people experience the pleasure of being in this academy? And those poor students, how can they get the so-called same amount?" You didn't hear wrong. No matter how arrogant Lao Tzu is outside, in Lao Tzu's school, Lao Tzu's territory, even a dragon has to be coiled around by Lao Tzu. You can't accept it. If you can't accept it, scram. When Zhang Feng said this, Ching Chumo and the others put down their fists, touched their noses, and continued to eat their noodles. But their ugly expressions showed how much they were struggling in their hearts at this time. One amount of money. Damn, what was the use of one amount of money? Was it enough to pay for a meal? Damn it, it still needed a month. If they couldn't accept it, it would be recorded in the school register. F***ck this thing. If it was someone else who said this, even if it was the boss of the Imperial College, if he dared to say this in front of them, they would dare to beat him half to death on the spot. But this was Zhang Feng. They didn't dare to. Involuntarily. The few of them could only sigh in their hearts. Damn, this Fengzi must have been provoked. Otherwise, how could he say such a perverted thing? Zhang Feng didn't care about this anymore. At this time, in his mind, he instantly thought of a dozen rules. But after thinking about it, he finally rejected them one by one. Recruiting people was a headache now. Even if he was given a blank imperial edict and asked to fill in the rules, what was the use? Damn people. That was the most important thing. When the few of them burped and touched their bellies, Zhang Feng said with an incomparable headache, "Brothers, now we have a problem. If you are brothers, give us an idea. How should we recruit this person?" Ching Chumo rolled his eyes when he heard this. Recruit? Recruit my ass. King have 1 month of money. Even if you invite, no one will King dare to come. Chapter 503. Feng Zi, don't blame Tainyo. What he said is right. Li Gan also said that although the few of us feel that the academy is very, fresh and refined, all the students and neighbors are thinking about how to be the top scorer and enter the imperial court. It's exactly the same as what you were thinking before. Therefore, it's very difficult to be a person. Zhang Sun patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. After he finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. The others also patted Zhang Feng's shoulder one after another. They shook their heads and sighed. Zhang Feng's eyes were green with envy. Mother***, I asked you to come up with an idea, not for you to insult me. The few of them moved their stools and leaned against the wall in the backyard. They rubbed their stomachs and picked their teeth. Feng Zi, if you really want to recruit this person, I suggest you go to Chang'an City or outside the city. Recruit those who are slaves, those who can't afford to go to school, or those who don't want to go to school but are forced to by their families. Du Go thought for a while and proposed a compromise. However, Zhang Feng could not help but frown when he heard that. That was a good idea. However, it was not a good idea. Although these poor students were hardworking, their foundation was too weak. If there were some of them, it would be fine. However, if the entire technical school was filled with such people, it would not be good. This was the root of their inferiority. Given his current state, 3 years as a senior was definitely not enough for him to straighten out. Is that the solution? It's okay, but it's not suitable. Don't just stand there. As long as you can come up with a solution, Lao Tzu will give you preferential treatment in the school from now on. Really? Feng Zi, are you serious? The few of them heard that and their eyes instantly lit up. Feng Zi, I don't have any other requests. As long as there's good wine and good food every day, I, Tai Nyo, will listen to whatever you say. Scram, this is the academy. You're not allowed to drink alcohol. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't even think about eating Lao Tzu's dishes in the future. Zhang Feng had seen people who took advantage of a burning house, but he had never seen someone who took advantage of the situation like this. He couldn't help but become stubborn. Hearing this, Ching Chimo couldn't help but shut his mouth. But after thinking for a while, he asked, then you should at least tell me what kind of things you are going to set up in that technical school in the future. Otherwise, how can we give you advice? Dugo couldn't help but feel speechless and said, that's right, Fengzi. You should tell us what the nature of this Shao Mountain Academy will be in the future. Only then will we know how to find a solution for you. Also, what the hell is physics? Do you really plan to teach everyone? Zhang Feng slapped his head. Only then did he remember that he had spoken for so long. The Shao Mountain Academy hadn't even settled down yet. Chang'an University would definitely give priority to normal teaching. The people in this place were basically prepared for those bookworms who didn't seek to break the rules. The research center in Shao Mountain was really prepared for those eccentric geniuses. It was also the core of the future. And the technical school, to put it bluntly, was also structured in this core. His requirements were that these people should be on par with those great scholars in literature. As for martial arts, they should at least be fierce people who could not only learn some military tactics, but also go into battle to kill. He also wanted them to be familiar with all the knowledge of physics. Basically, they should be all-rounders. Only then could they be called eccentric geniuses. I've thought about it. Zhang Feng pondered for a while and said, I plan to continue the Chang'an Academy. But it's a conventional academy, a place prepared for those pedantic people who don't break the rules. To put it bluntly, such people will be like that for the rest of their lives. But I'm going to name this Shao Mountain Academy White Deer Plain. In this place, I not only want them to be able to compete with the Prime Minister in literature but also be able to fight with the great General Qin Yaojin in martial arts for dozens of rounds on the sand table. This is only one of them. Among them, I plan to set up more than 30 elective courses. Everyone must choose 3 elective courses and 3 major courses. These things will be used to evaluate what level a person can reach after 3 years. Relatively speaking, the way of Confucius and Mencius will only play an auxiliary role. Think about it. If you're on the battlefield, would you prefer to see a group of armchair strategists or a group of people who can fight on horseback and talk about war on the battlefield? They were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Zhang Feng had actually F*King set up more than 30 elective courses. But what the hell was this elective course? Fengzi, you said that you're going to set up 30 elective courses. Yes. What elective courses? You'll know when the time comes. In short, you'll be very comfortable. Will Jingshu come? Get out of here. Zhang Feng was furious. He pointed at them with trembling fingers. Damn it. If you want to live a smooth life in the next 3 years, you'd better find a way to deal with Lao Tzu right now. Chapter 504. People. What they lacked now was people. But it would really be like what Zhang Feng said. He was able to argue with old Master Wei Zheng and the others in court, and he was able to fight with Master Qin Yaojin in martial arts. Could Zhang Feng do it? They were not sure. But they saw that Zhang Feng seemed to be serious this time. They couldn't help but look forward to it. Not to mention others, if the few of them could really do this, then wouldn't they really be able to surpass their father? Not to mention surpassing him. For example, if Ching Chumo could really reach the level of his father, the god of war, wouldn't it mean that even if his father retired, the Qing family could still continue to have a place in the Tang dynasty because of him? This was a question that every duke was seriously thinking about at this time. Especially Ching Chumo. This was not the first time he had heard his father speak of this. His father was not stupid. But in front of the emperor, he had to pretend to be stupid. What was this? This was a law that allowed one to continue to survive in the imperial court. If Qing Yao Jin was that kind of muddle-headed and stupid, how could he become the god of war? Wouldn't that be a joke? And Qing Yao Jin had always told him and his elder brother, Qing Chuzhou, about this. A family could not have two generals. It was not that Qing Yao Jin didn't know that Qing Chumo's talent in military affairs was no less than his own. But in order to let the Qing family survive in the court safely, he had to do this. Especially Wei Shuyu. Although he could achieve good results in the army at a young age. But no matter how poor Wei Jing was, he strictly forbade Wei Shuyu from joining the army and becoming an official in the court. It was not that he was incapable, but he didn't want to squeeze into the whirlpool and end up with a broken family. They were all stubborn. But that was all on the surface. They were all trying their best to use this method to make themselves forget their mission and numb the eyes in the imperial court. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the throne behind each of the dukes. There were always people who wanted to push them down and replace them. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Zhang Feng's words, the group of youths couldn't help but tremble again. Xingshan is a good place. Away from the disputes of the imperial court. Zhang Feng even used this kind of mixed method to let them grow up in a short period of time. What is this? Once 3 years passed, even if they did not enter the imperial court as officials, they would learn even more in the future. When Li Qingqian ascended the throne, would they not enter the imperial court as officials? Unless that bastard Li Qingqian's head was clamped by a door. Moreover, it was obvious that the emperor had acquiesced in this matter. Otherwise, to build an academy at the foot of the emperor. Aren't you overthinking things? Upon having this thought, the burning desire in the eyes of Qing Chumo and the others grew even stronger. Madman, you're just messing with people. This is easy. Think about it, although most of our friends are stubborn, their stubbornness is also divided into different grades. Among them, there are many people who are basically in the same situation as us. They are basically the second or third child in the family and belong to the kind of people who are not loved at all. They are the same as us and are thoroughly disappointed in our families. Everyone has a dream, everyone has a longing to bring glory to the family in the future, but the result is often cruel. Our parents only want to live desperately, but never think about what we want. What do we want to do in the future? Our only fate is to eat and wait for death, to become trading objects, to become tools for marriage, or to be abandoned when we can. Although Qing Chumo was smiling at this moment, 2 streaks of tears had already streaked across his cheeks. At this moment, Dugo, Zhang Sunchong, and Wei Shuyu were also silent, their eyes filled with thick tears. Were their fates not the same? Because their fates were determined at birth, when they were young, they still had dreams and fantasies. Although at that time their mother sternly scolded them not to speak nonsense, they didn't understand. They wanted to learn from their father and surpass their father. But when they grew up and the smile on their father's face became fewer and fewer, they gradually understood their own fates. Therefore, they no longer had any fantasies. Iron Bowl is right. Although we are stubborn, what else can we do other than eat and wait for death? No matter how much trouble we cause outside, the next day, we will be beaten half to death by our father and nothing will happen to us. Feng Zi, do you know? This feeling is so unbearable. Feng Zi, you were once a child of a big family. Perhaps you can understand. Although Zhang Feng was not a child of a big family, he did know that in this dynasty where the feudal system was the strongest, such things were the most common. Many problems could be seen from Zhang Sunchong and Qing Chimo's marriage to the imperial princess. However, in the end, these people were all miserable. Why did they not marry the princess to Qing Chimo? Why did they choose to marry Qing Chimo instead? In addition, why was Zhang Sunchong able to marry Princess Chang'e? This was all because Emperor Taizong wanted to balance the power in the court. As for the great clans and corporations of the later generations, weren't they also like this, using their children to form marriage alliances? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Motherf ****, did this custom start in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 505. This was 2F** King Scary. Zhang Feng looked at these guys who were usually not afraid of anything but were now crying. He sighed and said, all right. How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed crying? Don't you feel ashamed? Fate is in your own hands. Although you can't decide your birth, isn't it up to you to decide how you want to walk your future path? So, as long as you want to learn, I will teach you everything I know. But you, Iron Bowl, have been talking for so long. Aren't you just trying to get your friends to come over? All right, I agree. But you have to promise me one thing. If these people really want to climb up, although I can't teach them like how I teach you, I will still teach them what I know. As for how much they can learn, that will depend on themselves. However, if they dare to cause trouble in the academy, then don't blame me for what happens. How could he not see that Chintinio wanted to get his good friends to come over? However, this was not a good way for the college's development. Once their families found out that they were studying business here, and that it was a college that was stubbornly gathered together, they would feel that it was nonsense. Iron Bowl, Chongzi, although this method is good, it is not a long-term solution. So, we should do as little as possible. After all, this is what we are doing now. People who don't know what we are doing will think that we are doing something bad. Moreover, the Imperial College is also watching from the side. If DSLR makes a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. I know. Don't worry about me, Iron Bowl. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not refuse, Qing Chimo patted his chest loudly. Now that he had encountered something good, how could he forget about his good friends? However, since Feng Zi did not directly refuse to help, what if this group of bastards dared to cause trouble here? They would not dare even if you gave them 8 times the courage. Even the Crown Prince was learning from them. Who do you think you are? You still dare to put on airs. You really don't want to live anymore. Seeing that Qing Chimo's method was accepted, Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others couldn't help but start to think. Feng Zi, I have an idea. This matter is simple. You just need to write some notices and post them. Wouldn't that be enough? Zhang Sun said. Dugo also frowned and said, no, this is the academy. How can we use such an ordinary method? Moreover, have you ever seen any commoner who is literate? Therefore, this method won't work. Have you forgotten how Feng Zi fiddled with the bone-strengthening powder and the locust egg? As long as we spend a little money and find hundreds of people to walk around Chang and City and outside Chang and City, we will see the effect, won't we? We have to use different methods. What we're doing is something no one has ever done before. Naturally, when we recruit people, we have to highlight our characteristics. Only then will it suit us. As for after they come in, that will be easy. With the Crown Prince and the others around, how could this group of people dare to cause trouble? You're probably tired of living. However, Zhang Feng still wasn't satisfied after thinking about it. Although both methods could be used, they didn't clearly highlight the Academy's awesomeness. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel that the recruitment this time wasn't as simple and easy as he had imagined. Feng Zi, tell me. I feel that Dabing and Chong Chang's method is feasible. Moreover, ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a method. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. It won't work. Think about it. If you can think of 2 methods that can highlight the awesomeness of our White Deer College, that will be enough. However, these 2 methods are really lacking. In fact, they're a little damaging. Therefore, think about it again. This method is really lacking. Hearing that, they couldn't help but frown. Still not satisfied. They couldn't help but frown and pull at their hair as they continued to think of other methods. Feng Zi, how about this? Don't you want to highlight the uniqueness of our academy? Why don't we put up a poster of our academy's uniqueness, or call out all the brothers I know and invite them from door to door on the streets? Will that work? Good, this is a good idea. Think about it. What are we? If we can come here, why can't they come? That's right, Feng Zi. This is a good idea. When the time comes, I'll bring those people from the streets to stand at the entrance of Yan Lai restaurant. Perhaps within a few days, everyone will be able to witness our awesomeness. All right. What kind of lousy idea are you guys coming up with? We're recruiting students, not recruiting soldiers. If we follow your method, don't talk about recruiting, we'll be lucky if we don't scare people to death. Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of ideas were they coming up with? Each of them was worse than the other. If that was the case, they might as well go to Chang and City to recruit able-bodied men. However, what was the use of that? He wanted people who were willing. Moreover, they were people who truly wanted to come here to learn. At this time, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of something. If there was an imperial edict or a document from the higher-ups, then everything would be easy to handle. Motherf **Ker. This was the Tang Dynasty. Did they need to go through the back door? F*** Zhang Feng's head was throbbing with pain. At this time, Qing Chimo and the other 3 were huddled together as they muttered something. Look, the ideas we've come up with now are all unreliable. This won't do. De Sha, De Bing, and Chong Zi, the 3 of you are the only ones with some brains other than Brother Gon. This won't do. Each of you think of an idea. After we've thought of it, we'll tell Feng Zi. Chapter 506. Wei Shuyu couldn't take it anymore. She stared at Qing Chimo and said, So you want to slack off? This is something that concerns both of us. Think about it, this is something that concerns both of us. When the time comes to recruit people, won't we be the ones doing it? After we recruit people, won't they listen to us in the college? So, no one is allowed to slack off. Whoever dares to slack off, be careful of Lao Tzu. F***ck, you think you're the only one who can fight. Just think. I'll say one first. Qing Chimo was furious. But after holding back for a long time, he didn't say anything. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. No, F***ck, this is really a little tricky. Qing Chimo slapped his forehead as if he had thought of something. He said excitedly, I've got it. Why don't we ask the people from Imperial College for help? F***ck, you're really stupid. We're opening a college and recruiting students. We're competing with the Imperial College for business. It's good enough that the people from Imperial College don't come looking for trouble. You F***king want to ask them for help? Are you courting death? Then what do you think we should do? Qing Chimo spread his hands and gave up. He said he didn't want to. This made him think. He had thought of everything that could be thought of. Was this wrong? Du Go and Wei Shuyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun frowned and looked at Qing Chumo. Then he looked at Zhang Feng, who lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. He said, "Actually, I've thought of a way. This way is definitely better than Tai Nyo's. But there's one thing. Don't talk about it. Let's think about it first, okay? If you have something to say, just say it. What are you waiting for?" The two heard this and their faces lit up. Even Zhang Feng couldn't help but listen attentively. Zhang Sun Chong then said, "In fact, we all forgot one thing, and that is our father's power. As long as we can say, 'Can you be a little more ambitious?' We're just causing trouble for ourselves. Brother, if you have to rely on your father for this matter, then how can you make your father look at you in a different light? It's not as good as Iron Bull's idea." Du Go interrupted Zhang Suan's charge like a poisonous snake. He rolled his eyes and cursed. Qing Chumo could not help but straighten his back as if he was showing off. And Zhang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He was so anxious that his neck turned red. Motherf asterisk Ker, Lao Tzu knew that you would definitely jump up. Can't you let me finish first? Okay. Tell me. What I mean is, we don't need to use our father's power. We only need to go to our father. If you're scared, I'll go to my father's subordinates. As long as they take action, they can probably deal with this matter. Doesn't this mean that we won't have to rely on our father? Zhang Fang's eyes lit up when he heard this. This idea could work. Putting aside whether or not this method would work, at the very least, they could follow Old Sun's lead and find Lord Zhang Sun or their connections in the government. However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. He rejected it again. He did not reject it. It was because before Zhang Sun could finish, Du Go scolded him. If asterisk King thought that you had come up with some awesome idea, but in the end, you still want to rely on your father, don't you? What's the difference between this and looking for your father? Change it. Idiot Wei, come here. You've been stifling your laughter the whole night. Looks like you've really thought of something. Du Go pointed at Wei Shuyu, who was laughing secretly. Wei Shuyu's smile instantly disappeared from his face. Ahem, let me say something. If you dare to scold me, can you do it? When you go to Lao Li's place, Lao Tzu will make you suffer. Du Go's face froze. But he did not say anything. He really took this matter as his own business and made a fool of himself. Wei Shuyu's father was the emperor's favorite person. Even a fool could tell that the emperor wanted to cultivate Wei Shuyu, this big idiot. As for Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun, although they were both second-generation rich, one of them had extensive connections in the military and the other was the emperor's nephew. He was the only one who was in the most awkward position. That was why he had always been focused on his work. After he received Zhang Feng's division and multiplication tables, he did not even sleep much. He studied them with all his might. On one hand, it was because he liked them. On the other hand, it was because his father had been strict with him since he was young. That was why he had such a temperament. He also knew that no one in this group really liked him. They all found him annoying. But so what? Everything changed when he met Zhang Feng. And today, when he heard Zhang Feng's inner thoughts, his whole body trembled. Because he suddenly realized that he and Zhang Feng were the same kind of people. That was why he was particularly concerned about this matter. When he saw the attitude of the three people, he could not help but go crazy. If you have something to say, just say it. Du Go's face darkened. Wei Shuyu touched his nose and said, "We're actually thinking too far ahead. We don't really see the problem. The problem now is not whether we can recruit people or not. The system of the new school is different from the current school system. Now, the goal of any school is to study. Who doesn't have such an attitude when they come to school? Zhang Feng heard this and could not help but nod. Seeing Wei Shuyu, this guy mysteriously stopped, Zhang Feng could not help but urge, continue. Ahem. Then I'll say it. Fengzi, your idea is very good, but you have forgotten one thing. Nowadays, no one can accept this. In their hearts, scholars should hold books every day and talk about it. Who would have thought that in your academy, this thing has become secondary? Chapter 507. In this way, think about it. Will anyone still come? No. Even if all the students want to come, even if you let them come for free, they won't be satisfied. They will think that you're harming their son. You're delaying their son's chance to be the top scorer. Zhang Feng couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him. This big idiot Wei looked like a fool. However, this sentence really revealed his true thoughts. Motherf asterisk Ker, there really is such a problem. The teaching ideas now all came from the future. In his view, these things were very normal. This was from his point of view. But what if it was from the point of view of the Tang people? What was this? This was an anomaly. An anomaly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Dugo. Big Biscuit, tell me your thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Feng's last hope was on Dugo. This kid was usually mysterious and had the potential to become Tang Sanzang. In this matter, Zhang Feng could see that this kid was really interested. Not only him. At this moment, these 5 people basically all had a strong interest in this matter. However, Zhang Feng really didn't have that intention from what the first 5 people had said. Now it was up to Big Biscuit. Big Biscuit, this big idiot is right. The root of the problem is that our current situation is somewhat difficult to understand. Can you think of a way to make these people accept this thing? After all, you know that my set of methods is to coexist theory and knowledge. In this way, we can avoid becoming the kind of people who only read books. This kind of talent will be the mainstream talent in the future. So you see, hearing this, Dugo couldn't help but get up and move his sore legs. He took the jar of wine that was almost empty from Ching Chumo's hand, raised his head and poured it down. A moment later, Dugo's face and neck were red. He burped and said, Fengzi, do you trust me? If you trust me, I'll tell you the truth. This matter is very difficult. I neglected it before, but now that this kid mentioned it, I remembered. Now, this problem is easy to solve, but it's also very difficult to solve. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. Ching Chumo and the other 2 looked at Dugo in surprise. Dugo was silent for a few moments before saying, if we can get an imperial edict to explain the foundation of our academy and how it is different from other academies, then maybe this matter will be resolved. When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but cower. Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you think the imperial edict is a cabbage? Do you think I'll be able to invite him just because I said so? Moreover, why would the emperor give you an imperial edict for something like this? Or is it a special imperial edict for us? Although Zhang Feng was complaining, Ching Chumo and the others' eyes lit up. They could understand the meaning of Dugo's words. The problem now was that the people could not accept this matter. However, if there was an imperial edict, then it would be a different story. This imperial edict was really simple for them. After all, the land for this academy was bought by the emperor. That was to say, the emperor approved of this matter. If this matter was blocked, then what would the emperor do? As long as the matter was explained clearly, wasn't it just an imperial edict? The emperor could give 10 imperial edicts. However, Zhang Feng did not know this. Therefore, this was the real meaning of Dugo's words. It's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say. Do you think it's difficult? Difficult. Do you think it's not difficult? It's really not difficult. However, at this time, Zhang Feng was so worried that he pulled his hair. Forget it, forget it. Let's leave it at that. I'll think about it. You all think about it. After all, we still don't know when this academy will be built. There's still time. Zhang Feng suspected that they might be too anxious now, so they fell into the wrong thinking. These men thought about it for 2 hours and still could not think of a problem. They must have walked into a blind spot in their thinking. Now, Zhang Feng was really annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. You all go back. Let's think about it carefully. We'll continue tomorrow afternoon. Then." Okay. Dugo wanted to say something but stopped. However, when they walked out of the tavern, at the door, Dugo said, "Feng Zi, I think this is the only way for this matter. Maybe there are other ways. However, as long as we can solve the acceptance of the new things in our academy, this matter will be easy to handle." After that, Dugo and the others cupped their fists to Zhang Feng and slowly disappeared from Zhang Feng's sight. After they walked away, Zhang Feng could not help but let out a deep sigh. Ah! F***ck, what the hell is this? Originally, he thought that after coming up with this set of things, something would happen. He only thought of the benefits and did not think of the disadvantages. Was it because everything went too smoothly when he was doing it before? Or was this matter really too difficult? Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. It was both. Most importantly, it was as Idiot Wei said. People in this era could not accept such an education model. In their hearts, students should hold books all day long, wear a Confucian robe, and be arrogant in Chang and city. The key was, what was the use of such a student? He only knew how to talk. What did they want him to do? Zhang Feng wasn't doubting the inheritance of the Confucian path. Instead, he was doubting whether this group of people had really distorted Confucius's teachings. They only knew about knowledge. However, they did not know that all of this originated from life. You only thought of thatched cottages and green lamps from Confucius books. But if you have the ability, you can F***king open your mouth and open your hands. Let's see, once you leave the academy, you will starve to death. That was it. It also made all the people envious. Such a lazy guy, even if he succeeded in his studies in the future, he would be F***king lazy. Was such a person useful? It was completely useless. Chapter 508. Ever since Li Qingqian left the tavern, he had been pondering over what Zhang Feng said. He was good at both civil and military affairs. That was what Zhang Feng said. But now, his father and the other dukes were shining too brightly, so much so that he was basically a dispensable existence in the imperial court. He wanted to surpass his father, but it was too difficult. But he saw hope when Zhang Feng appeared. His father would eventually grow old and retire. At that time, the great Tang would still be his, but would the old officials in the court submit to him? No. But now, it was different. The appearance of the academy gave him hope. Perhaps his father didn't want to see what would happen after he ascended the throne, so he acquiesced to him learning from Zhang Feng. At this time, not to mention whether he could go to the battlefield and kill the enemy like Zhang Feng said, at least he could suppress those old generals in the imperial court in terms of military affairs. Or he could have a common opinion with them. That would be enough. He didn't ask for much. So, when he was in the tavern, he immediately took over the matter of building the academy. In the East Palace. In Li Qingqian's bedroom. As soon as Li Qingqian came back, he didn't even go to Taiji Palace. He directly called his personal eunuch. Send someone to find all the construction craftsmen in Chang and City. Remember, don't use the identity of the Crown Prince. I'll wait for them in the private room of Penglai Pavilion in Chang and City at 5:00. The eunuch was stunned when he heard that. Your Highness, you. If you want to hire craftsmen, just inform the Ministry of Works. If you really can't do it, the craftsmen who build the retired emperor's manor are all imperial craftsmen. Why do you want to find those peasants? If they know your identity, it will damage the dignity of the royal family. Li Qingqian waved his hand. Do as I tell you. This has nothing to do with the palace. It's my private matter. Remember, don't disturb my father and mother. The eunuch was even more confused when he heard that. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince had found an extraordinary woman outside? A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. The Crown Prince had not been in the palace during this period. Most of the time, he was nowhere to be found. Could it be? Li Qingqian didn't explain. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Li Qingqian wasn't idle either. After the young eunuch hurriedly sent someone out, he hurriedly left the palace again without even drinking water. However, this time, he brought 3 of the Crown Prince's guards with him. They were all disguised as commoners and hurried to the reclining lane. In the reclining lane, among Li Qingqian's guards, there was an old soldier around 50 years old. Li Qingqian had once found him by chance in the Navy training camp near Reclining Square. The reason why he came here was because the veteran had once said that this place was a mix of crooks and honest folk. Basically, all of them were retired old and weak soldiers. In order to survive, they did the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. Sometimes, they would even become armed escorts to earn money to support their families. When the 4 of them arrived at the reclining lane, the sky was almost dark. Li Qingqian's guard commander was called Lu Yan. He was once a fierce person who walked out of the reclining lane. At this moment, when he arrived at the entrance of the reclining lane, he met those disabled veterans who were cooling off by the roadside. Yo! Isn't this Lu Yan? Why did you come back? Were you chased out by the Crown Prince? Ha ha ha, old Lu, you haven't come back for half a year. How is it? Is the Crown Prince's residence comfortable? I heard that the palace maids there are all fresh and beautiful. You old brat, don't tell me. Lu Yan's eyes were green. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. What are you all shouting about? Shut up, all of you. These damned people. Didn't the Crown Prince see his mother? *CK your grandmother. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't expose your identity. Li Qingqian smiled faintly and waved his folding fan, saying faintly in Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan's body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to turn back, let alone kneel down and salute. He could only brace himself and wave his hand. What the hell are you all doing? I came here today to find a way to get rich. I pitied you bunch of bastards, but looking at you now. Forget it, go and beg. Lao Tzu went to find Blind Chin. Brother, don't. Please don't do this. When everyone heard this, they instantly became anxious. What was this? The god of fortune was here. Hurriedly, everyone crowded around the 3 of them and sat on the stools by the roadside. They fanned themselves and massaged Lu Yan's legs. Although Lu Yan didn't mention Li Qingqian's identity, and Li Qingqian was dressed ordinarily, everyone only treated him as someone who worked for the Crown Prince. The few of them looked at each other and chatted with LV Yan, talking about camaraderie and whatnot. Lu Yan was afraid that they would annoy the Crown Prince, so he waved his hand and said, "Since I'm here today, I'll be frank. I'm here to find a mason." Recently, I heard that a young master bought a plot of land near Zhongnan Mountain, about 50,000 mu. He's going to build it now. As for the salary, old Liu, will not mistreat you. However, the craftsmanship must be done according to the construction of the Imperial Forest Park. Everyone heard this. Their eyes widened. However, everyone's expression was somewhat awkward. Well, old Liu, it's not that we don't agree, but you know this cripple Wang, right? He took a big job, which is the small tavern in Huitong Fang. He's making bamboo bottles for the shopkeeper, so he's not free. Chapter 509. Seeing that they were in a difficult position, Liu Yan could not help but stare. F***ck your uncle. It's rare for the crown prince to think of you bastards, but you still don't know what's good for you. Liu Yan could not help but get angry. But when he thought of Tong Huifang, Liu Yan hurriedly asked, which tavern are you talking about? Is the owner called Zhang Feng? Yes. That's the one. I didn't expect you to have heard of it. Liu Yan secretly glanced at Li Qingqian. Seeing that Li Qingqian's eyes were twinkling with a smile, he secretly sighed in relief. How could he not know that kid? He was the crown prince's brother. As the crown prince's personal guard, how could he not know this? At this moment, Li Qingqian could not help but feel something. He did not expect Zhang Feng to be so famous. He had not even mentioned the salary and this person had directly rejected it. Li Qingqian could not help but ask curiously, brothers, how much is the owner paying you? Why are you working so hard for him? You must know that although this 50,000 mu of land only has a maximum of 2 months in the beginning, it can last for at least a few years in the later stages. How much can you earn from this? At the very least, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, but it won't be a problem for you to live carefreely for 3 to 5 years. Little brother, if you say that, then you are looking down on us veterans. When Li Qingqian finished speaking, the veterans were instantly unwilling. He wiped his exposed chest and said, I see that you are also one of the crown prince's men. How can your eyesight be so bad? Are we the kind of people who are greedy for money? Although that little shopkeeper's salary isn't very high, at least we can enjoy things from him that we can't even enjoy in the government. Every time we deliver something, the owner will definitely treat us bumpkins to a big meal in his tavern. Although it costs money, what is this? This shows that this kid does not treat us as bumpkins. Go and look at other taverns. What the hell do they treat us as? Why are you squatting outside the door when we're having a meal? What are you guarding against? Therefore, we can't forget our roots. If the shopkeeper treats us well, we have to treat him well. As long as the shopkeeper doesn't say that he doesn't want us to do things, we won't dare to do things for a second employer. This is a matter of principle. You don't understand, but I remember that this was what the current emperor, who used to be the king of Qin, said in the army. This is the imperial edict. Understood. Li Qingqian smiled. He stood up and bowed slightly to the veterans, then walked away. He knew Zhang Feng's character, and he also knew the character of this group of veterans. Since they had chosen Zhang Feng, it would be useless even if he revealed his identity now. This was a bad habit that soldiers developed. Stubborn as hell. LV Yan did not say anything. He looked at Li Qingqian. Look at another kind of old fellow. He sighed and said, do your best. That kid is not bad. We might have to work together in the future. The soldiers were dumbfounded. What did that mean? As soon as Li Qingqian left the reclining house, he asked, LV Yan, are there any good craftsmen in Chang'an City? Well. Grand. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask around. LV hurried into the reclining house to ask around as he spoke. After a while, he said, "Yes, there is a family of masons in the west of the city. There are more than 30 people in the family, and they are all masons. They are quite famous in the west of Chang'an and in the towns around Chang'an. I heard that this skill has been passed down for several generations. Then let's go to the west of the city." Although Li Qingqian did not find any masons in the reclining house, his heart was burning even more at this time. This was the charm of Zhang Feng. How could he learn this charm and cohesiveness? He could not think of anything. But seeing this scene today, Li Qingqian could not help but look forward to the day when the new college was built. White Deer College. In the future, the whole Tang Dynasty and even the whole world would remember this college. Thinking of what he was doing at this time, Li Qingqian could not help but quicken his pace. The west of the city was not far from the reclining house. It was about 3 blocks away. But at this time, when Li Qingqian and the other two arrived at the gate of a house that was neither big nor small, they happened to meet this family who had just returned from work. That was the way it was for farmers. They went out at dawn and got off work when it was dark. Seeing Li Qingqian and the other two, a dark-skinned bald old man who was the leader cupped his fists and said, "Young master, who are you looking for?" "Sir, we have some work to do. We want to find the owner of this house." LV cupped his fists and stepped forward. Hearing this, the old man could not help but look at Li Qingqian and said, "In that case, please come in. Let's talk inside." They entered the house. Although the sky was a little dark, but the scene in the yard still made Li Qingqian frown slightly. The yard was very big, but most of it was filled with tools for ramming walls and chiseling stones. There was even a pile of mud mixed with dry straw that was 10 feet high and was fermenting. Sitting in the yard was not allowed. But although the furnishings in the house were simple, there were still things that should be there. After the host and guests sat down, the old man cupped his fists and said, "I am Fuxing Gongshu. Young master, you can call me Old Man Gongshu." Gongshu. This name. Chapter 5:10. Li Qingqian faintly felt that this name was somewhat extraordinary. But he couldn't tell what was extraordinary about it. At this time, he could only salute and say, "Sir, I came here this time to build a piece of land." "Oh. Do you want to build a new one or renovate it? Is there any time requirement?" Hubby asked. "In terms of time, it will take 2 months to build a college and 3 factories on the east side of Zhongnan Mountain." Zhongnan Mountain. Hubby's eyelids twitched when he heard this. "How big is the area?" 50,000 mu. What? 50,000? Hubby was instantly shocked. Under the candlelight, his dark and shiny bald head made Li Qingqian a little scared. Lu Yan and another guard stood up subconsciously and blocked in front of Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, and then said, "Sir, what do you think of this matter? As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it. According to the normal price, or a little higher is not a problem. But the quality of the construction and the construction period must be excellent. 2 months, Zhongnan Mountain. Are you talking about Shao Mountain?" Hubby seemed to know where. Li Qingqian nodded. But the next moment, Hubby shook his head and said, "You know, the locusts have been making a lot of trouble recently. In addition, there was a rainstorm a while ago. Recently, we took a job in Ox Village outside Chang'an City. So if you are not in a hurry, you can wait for half a month. What do you think?" Half a month. This old guy seemed to not want to take it. Li Qingqian frowned. But he didn't say anything. He just saluted and said, "We are also in a hurry to get this place. Since you don't have time, we will find someone else." While speaking, Li Qingqian left. But when Lu Yan left, he glanced at the portrait above the living room and then hurried to catch up with Li Qingqian's footsteps. Li Qingqian searched in Chang and city for several hours. He didn't return to the palace until the patrolling soldiers sounded the gong. These people either felt that it was too far or were frightened by the 50,000 mu. Now it seemed that if he wanted to find a craftsman, he could only wait until tomorrow. After returning to the Eastern Palace, LV said hesitantly, "Crown Prince, I have something to say." Li Qingqian waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Speak. Do you still remember that old man Gongshu? Which city are you talking about?" Lu Yan nodded. "Crown Prince, this old man is a talent. If you want to build the academy well, you have to look for them." Li Qingqian was dumbfounded. "Why do we have to find them?" "You heard it today, these guys obviously don't want to accept it. Could it be that this prince has to beg them?" Li Qingqian had always been suppressing his temper. In the past, if anyone dared to oppose him, he would immediately drag them out and break their legs. But now, was he trying to take advantage of her? The crown prince didn't seem to understand. LV then said, "Your Highness, think about the surname Gongshu. Perhaps you can understand something. Do you think this prince is very idle? Why do you want me to think of a commoner's name? Could it be that her ancestor was the emperor? It's just a surname of Gongshu." Li Qingqian's expression changed slightly. "Gongshu. Gongshu. Are you talking about that Gongshu? The one from the Mo family?" Li Qingqian suddenly thought of a possibility. Moreover, the surname Gongshu was too rare. During the Qin dynasty, this surname could be said to be famous throughout the Great Qin dynasty. However, after the Han dynasty, this Mo family gradually declined. However, he did not expect that this family that had already disappeared would actually appear in Cheng and city. Was this a coincidence? Or something else? Li Qingqian did not want to know, nor did he want to think about it. Now, he was thinking about how to find a skilled person who could solve this matter in a short time. After all, only by solving this matter could he learn the mysteries earlier and surpass his father's glory earlier. Only then could he let everyone in the imperial court know how hard he worked. At this time, the only person who could do this. Only Zhang Feng. As for the Mo family, what did it have to do with him, Li Qingqian? If it was not because he urgently needed to find a craftsman, perhaps he would have killed someone by now. Forget it, let's not think about those things now. LV quickly contact the people who built the retired emperor's imperial manor. Tomorrow at Penglai Pavilion, tell them that someone wants to hire them at a high price to build a special place. Now, Li Qingqian could only do this. He knew that Zhang Feng, this kid, was so concerned about this matter that he would definitely work hard on it. He could make other things different, so how could this new school be simple? LV heard this and hurriedly left with a fist salute. It was not until this time that the crown prince's bedroom was completely quiet. However, Li Qingqian did not go down first. He wanted to find his three brothers. Li Quan, Li Ji, and most importantly, Li Tai. If he could persuade the princesses to go with him, that would be good. Perhaps, when the time came, his sisters would be even closer. Chapter 511. Penglai Pavilion. In Chang and city, it could be considered a very prestigious place. The people who could eat here were either rich or noble. And the private rooms on the second floor were basically not accessible to ordinary people. But today, Yanlai restaurant hung a notice early, and there were even people at the door. There was no other reason. It was just because this place was not receiving guests today. It was booked. As for who booked it, no one knew. They only knew that there were a lot more strong men in plain clothes here today. As for those who could enter the Penglai Pavilion, only those who were specially recommended could enter. However, even so, only about 30 or so people entered the second floor of the Penglai Pavilion. These 30 people. At this time, they were all dumbfounded. Although they all knew about this place and had passed by this place countless times, they had never actually entered this place before. Why? Because they were poor. At this time, although these people had washed their bodies several times, there was still a strong smell of sweat. They stood in the private room one by one, trembling all over. Liu Yan carefully checked everyone one by one, then said with a cold face with his hands behind his back, "Wait, young Master Li is here. You all better behave yourselves, understand?" What could they say? At this time, they would do whatever he said. What did they dare to say? In less than a moment, before the hour had even passed, and before it was even noon, Li Qingqian had already hurriedly appeared. As soon as he entered the door, everyone hurriedly saluted and did not dare to raise their heads. How could the person who could book this private room and even the entire Penglai Pavilion be simple? Sit down, you all don't have to be so restrained here. Liu Yan, have you told us everything? Young master, everything is clear. Liu Yan said with a fist salute. Li Qingqian nodded. LV Yan then said, "That's how it is. To build an academy in Shao Mountain, there are about 50,000 mu of land. But in these 2 months, we must build an academy first. As for the others, they haven't been decided yet, but they definitely won't be finished in 1 or 2 years. Of course, as for the price, my young master said that everything will be according to the market price. If it's done quickly and well, there will be additional rewards." Everyone heard this. He couldn't help but hesitate. Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, say it now." "Young master, what you're talking about, damn, you are too. That person seemed to have recognized Li Qingqian. The moment he raised his head, he knelt down with a thud. When Li Qingqian heard this, he could not help but hurriedly interrupt him. He waved his hand and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you, wait outside." Li Qingqian also did not expect that he could still be recognized even after he had deliberately disguised himself. Moreover, he knew this person. He was the craftsman who had once built the retired emperor's resort. In the end, he was the one who personally oversaw the work and personally awarded the gold medal to the imperial blacksmith. How could he not know? However, it was precisely because they knew each other that he didn't want to find this group of people. They were working for Zhang Feng. If anything were to happen, not only would their identities be exposed, but the identities of Imperial Father and the others would also be exposed. This was the most unbearable part. However, he was already prepared. Looking at the craftsman who was trembling all over, Li Qingqian said indifferently, "We seem to have met 3 times when we were building the retired emperor's resort. I am indebted to the crown prince's favor. You still remember this lowly one. This lowly one is really, all right. Li Qingqian hurriedly waved his hand. "Enough of the nonsense. Since you recognized me, then this matter will be handed over to you. As for the people outside, you can use as many as you want. This is also the reason why I asked you to come here today. However, I have a request." When that person heard that the crown prince actually wanted to hand over the construction of 50,000 mu of land to him, and that the crown prince still remembered him, what was this? This was a true gift. This was really a stroke of luck. Even if it was free, he still had to do it. Moreover, the crown prince was now giving him this cushy job. Hearing this, the craftsman was so excited that he kowtowed. He used his head as a wooden fish to kowtow. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your favor. Even if it's free, this lowly one will definitely work hard to build the academy within 2 months. Li Qingqian waved his hand. Get up. Don't be so flustered. That's the matter, but I have 2 points that you must pay attention to. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your life or death. Please instruct, Crown Prince. First, my identity and the identity of anyone who appears in the academy in the future. Even if you and your people recognize us, you must pretend that you don't know us at. Remember, if you recognize me and don't do as this prince says, then only my guards will come looking for you. When the craftsman heard this, he was so frightened that he began to tremble all over again. Don't worry, Crown Prince. This lowly one will remember. However, on this construction site, we have to have someone in charge. What should we do if something happens to us? Li Qingqian thought for a moment. In the future, there will be no Crown Prince or Li Qingqian at the Shao Mountain construction site. There will only be Li Qingqian. Do you remember? Chapter 5:12. There was no other way. The craftsman among the people. He personally went around to look for them. Although there were some skilled craftsmen, they either felt that the construction period was too rushed or they didn't have time now. However, Shao Mountain couldn't wait. As for looking for other craftsmen, he really didn't feel at ease. He thought about it for the whole night and then discussed it with Dugo and the others for the whole night before deciding to use these people to guide the craftsmen he found. In this way, there wouldn't be any delay in the construction period. It would also guarantee that these people wouldn't slack off even if they weren't there. Therefore, Li Qingqian did it on purpose. If he wanted to do it without anyone noticing, it would be easy. Even so, he was still recognized by others. Furthermore, he only stopped when that person was speaking vaguely. In this way, the person outside the door would have infinite reverie. This was something he learned from Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang called this thing the Emperor's power. However, Li Qingqian didn't understand it, but he felt quite good when he used it. The effect was also very obvious. At this moment, the craftsman trembled even more violently. This humble one knows, but I can't be sure if those fellows will spill the beans, and this, you're called Gon Ziyuan, right? I'll remember you. This crown prince doesn't want to know the process, but the result. I'll focus on you. How to let your people keep their lives and not worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives after this thing is done will depend on your ability. Also, once this thing is done, you'll enter the Ministry of Works in 3 years. What? Ministry of Works. Gon Ziyuan's head was about to faint. What kind of place was the Ministry of Works? It was a place that ordinary people couldn't enter in their lifetime. However, once they entered, it would really be the time when a chicken turned into a phoenix. However, what did the crown prince mean? Using a stick to pick a sweet date, this seemed to be, forget it, damn it. Although this thing was on the edge of a knife, if he worked hard, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life, he could also get a job in the Ministry of Works. Presumably, his workers wouldn't be so stupid to do something that would cause them to lose their heads, right? Although he didn't know what the crown prince was playing with. However, someone who could make the crown prince willingly hide his identity was bound to have a higher status than the crown prince. Could it be the emperor? At the thought of this, Gon Ziyuan was so excited that he started kowtowing again. I will listen to the crown prince's orders. No, it's Li Gon. At least you know your place. Li Qingqian nodded. Then, he looked down at Gon Ziyuan and said, there is one more thing. From this day on, there will only be one master on this desolate mountain, and that is Zhang Feng. If he says to cultivate, then cultivate. No one is allowed to disobey. Otherwise, the punishment will be the same as disobeying an imperial decree. Do you understand? Even if you meet the emperor or the retired emperor, you are not allowed to have any abnormalities. Otherwise. Li Qingqian lightly placed his hand on Gan Ziyuan's neck. Although he didn't say anything, how could he not understand? Don't worry, young Master Li. I've remembered everything you said. At the construction site, there's only shopkeeper Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang. I don't know anyone else. Li Qingqian smiled. You know that bastard too. Last time when the Chang and Academy opened in Kaihua Square, I was lucky enough to be there and see shopkeeper Zhang, so, Li Qingqian nodded. Since you are a sensible person, then quickly arrange it. I hope to see your news on Shao Mountain tomorrow. By the way, the second thing is that His Majesty doesn't know about the whole thing, but he will know about it in the future. As for whether His Majesty will reward you or not, it will depend on your performance at that time. After that, Li Qingqian hurriedly left with LV Yen. He still had something to do. An important thing. That was, to go to the tavern and worry about a more important thing with Du Go and others. But when he left, Penglai Pavilion was in an uproar. All the craftsmen were driven out. At the door, Gan Ziyuan looked in the direction where Li Qingqian went and then looked at the people who were looking at him with eager faces. He said, Masters, you know Shao Mountain, right? I'm indebted to young Master Li for the 50,000 mu of land. But we all see each other frequently in Chang'an, so I'm willing to share this piece of meat with you. What do you think? Will you be so kind? That's right. Old Gon, you're so King sneaky. When will you be so generous and be willing to give it to us? If you don't say something today, then don't think about living in Chang'an City. I know Shao Mountain. 50,000 mu of land. How rich is that? The fat is very rich. I can guarantee that after you finish this job, you won't have to work for the rest of your life. This is young Master Li's promise to me. Hearing this, everyone could not help but stare. Are there any conditions involved? Yes, that is, in the future on Shao Mountain, you can see what you should see and hear what you should hear. You are not allowed to see what you shouldn't see. Even if you see it, it's best to forget it. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. In the future, on the construction site, we will only recognize one person, that is shopkeeper Zhang of the Tong Huifang Tavern. Have you heard of shopkeeper Zhang? He was the genius who invented beer. As for the rest of the people, even if they are servants, you have to keep your mouth shut. Even if you know them, you have to pretend that you don't know them. Even if you go home, get drunk or talk in your sleep, you are not allowed to talk about them. Otherwise, even the gods can't protect you. Hearing this, everyone only felt that the world was spinning. Mother Ker, they had boarded a pirate ship. What kind of bullshit rule was this? However, they were not fools. The word "tu" made them realize something in an instant. They could not help but sweat from their foreheads. After a while, they said in a trembling voice, "We understand." Chapter 5:13. The Willow Tree at the intersection of Tonghui Lane. At this moment, the old tree had sprouted and sprouted again. It looked lush and green. Under the tree, Qing Chumo and the others sat at the fermented glutinous rice stall. They waited for Li Qingqian while discussing how to solve this problem. Even last night and this morning, they had thought of every method they could think of. They had asked the stall owners on the street, the owner of the rice shop, the second brother of the owner of the gambling house, and even the procuress and the fortune teller. How to recruit people. But all they got in response was rolling their eyes. This was difficult. In the end, they had secretly brought Li Qingqian's crown prince token into the Eastern Palace last night. They had discussed in the Eastern Palace for the entire night. They had even asked the old eunuchs in the palace. But the result was still no result. When Ching Chumo's stomach could no longer hold the fermented glutinous rice, Li Qingqian finally arrived. How is it? Is that matter settled? It's settled. The craftsman will go to Shao Mountain tomorrow morning. Then let's talk about this matter first. We'll talk as we go. On the way, Li Qingqian put his hands behind his back and placed his fan on his neck. He said, the matter of recruiting people, logically speaking, if you ask father, it would be too easy. Why didn't you think of this? Qingqian, we're different. You're the reliable boss and the one in the future. What about us? You know best what we are. Right now, our grandfather doesn't care about us. We have to think of a way out. Right now, this is our only chance to prove that we can surpass our father. If we ask them for help so early, won't we lose from the beginning? So, we have to rely on ourselves. Yes, Dabing is right. We have two hands holding up ahead. We can definitely think of a way. Zhang Sun nodded. He flicked his hair and hooked his arm around Li Qingqian's neck. Why don't you think of another way? Let's get rid of the idea of relying on Lao Tzu and see if there's any other way. Well, Li Qingqian had a headache. If you were talking about other things, it would be easy. But this was the issue of recruiting students. Unless they revealed their identities, it would be really difficult. The academy was not well known to begin with. Moreover, how popular would a new academy be when it first started? Especially since it was such a long journey from Chang'an to Shao Mountain. Who would be willing to send their son there? If it was learning, he could endure it. The environment of Shao Mountain was suitable for studying, but this was not studying. He was going to learn a trade. This was difficult. Why couldn't he find a master in Chang'an City to learn from? Furthermore, he could earn a little bit of profit every month. Why should I go to your academy and study there for 3 years? Although there were no tuition fees for these 3 years, and he could even teach and read, the attraction was really not enough. Therefore, Li Qingqian had no other choice. This matter is really quite difficult. Li Qingqian let out a heartfelt sigh. Forget it. Let's go and see what Feng Zi has to say. I really can't think of anything else. Let's see what Feng Zi will do. He has a lot of ideas. When Li Qingqian said this, everyone's eyes involuntarily lit up. That's right. Could it be that this grandson was making fun of them? He had so many ideas. Could it be that he could not think of anything? Who would believe that? Let's go and find Feng Zi. Damn it, I didn't sleep last night. I have to go to Yanlai restaurant to make up for it today. I think that kid doesn't want to have a leg with you anymore. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded behind them. They saw Zhang Feng riding a tricycle and wearing sunglasses. He was swaying back and forth. In the back of the tricycle, there was a basket of wild vegetables and some river fish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng's sunglasses. Zhang Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly put the sunglasses away, causing a wave of disdainful voices. TSK. Isn't it just a glass? Lao Tzu will make one tomorrow. By the way, Feng Zi, are you going out of the city? Have you thought of a way? Also, what did you mean when you said that Iron Bull didn't want to return? What do I mean? You're using my name to openly go to the brothel to play. Motherf asterisk Kerr, I'm your teacher now. I can't control you guys anymore, right? As long as you guys dare to go, I'll get someone to tell your father. The few of them curled their lips. Why don't you find the door first? However, they did not argue about this matter. They pushed the tricycle and sat on it. After several modifications, this tricycle was no longer so unbearable. At the very least, these 5 guys added up to 500 to 600 kilograms could still make the tricycle move forward slowly. Zhang Feng was furious. He threw the tricycle aside and pointed at Qing Chumo. I order you to bring the tricycle back now. As he spoke, Zhang Feng also sat on the carriage. The few of them looked at Qing Chumo, who was in a daze. What kind of F***king world is this? Why am I always the one doing the hard work? Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 5:14. They made a ruckus as they brought the tricycle back to the pub. Although they were not far away, they were so tired that they lay on the table and could not move. In the end, Li Qingqian's guard, Lu Yan, prepared some dishes for them. Fortunately, Zhang Feng didn't lack anything. As long as the cured meat was washed clean and thrown into the pot, it would be ready to eat after boiling for an hour. There was no need for seasoning, frying, or cooking. After a while, they were holding the cured meat and drinking beer. At this time, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? You've been thinking for a whole night. You should have thought of a way, right? When the few of them heard this, they shook their heads one after another. Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. What? You haven't thought of a way after a whole night? So where did all your shrewdness go? Zhang Feng was speechless. But Qing Chumo was not afraid. He grinned and said, Fengzi, we think you're making fun of us. You can solve this problem by yourself. Why do you have to drag us along? Where are all those wicked ideas that you've been harboring? Who would believe that? Zhang Feng was really out of ideas this time. He shook his head speechlessly. He drank the beer one mouthful at a time. I'm really out of ideas this time. Lao Tzu has never encountered this thing before. And I really forgot to consider whether the people can accept this thing. Then can't you make it simpler? Li Qingqian picked his teeth and said. Zhang Feng shook his head. No. Times are changing. Look, is there any difference between Chang and now and Chang and half a year ago? Li Qingqian thought for a while, put down the bamboo stick in his hand and said, now that you mention it, the difference in Chang and city is quite big. First, the salt that the people couldn't afford before is now affordable. Then there are the cooperatives, which made the half-dead Chang and city completely alive. Now that the people are rich, the plague of locusts can become an auspicious sign from heaven. The people can't not be rich even if they don't want to. Isn't that right? Zhang Feng shrugged. The times are changing. Take the fried locusts and the bone-strengthening powder for example. Go outside and take a look. They have become popular in the taverns. Who would dare to eat them before? But now, if I don't eat a little of this every day, I'll feel uncomfortable. What is this? This is the step of keeping up with the times. Now, even the things that the common people find most difficult to accept have been accepted. They have also accepted the cooperative, not to mention the locusts. But why can't they accept my academy? Think about the reason carefully. Zhang Feng said. They really did think of something. Just like the locust powder and deep-fried locusts, where did they come from? Those rumors were spread from person to person. And what about salt? It was different again. This thing relied on its appearance and price to make the commoners slowly accept it. The premise was that there was really a lot of this thing. That was why the price was so low. However, this cooperative was different. This thing in itself was related to everyone's profits. How could they not do it? Money could not be hidden if it was stolen at home. But a piece of paper. It could be stuffed into any crack in the wall. Moreover, the interest of borrowing money was not high. It was not painful, so the commoners could accept it. But this technical academy, that was another meaning altogether. Now, they were passing it from person to person like locusts. No. Like salt. They did not even charge tuition fees now. But this still did not work at all. Like a cooperative. It also did not work. If one wanted to learn skills, one could just go to Chang and City and find a master. Who would spend the effort to learn here? This was the most difficult part. Fengzi, this thing, to be honest, if you count on us, we really can't think of anything. Why don't you think about it? After all, this thing was decided by you. You definitely know more than us. I don't know shit. If I knew, would I be so F*king uncomfortable? F*ck, F*king hell, if you can't think of anything, then get lost. Don't come and hinder Lao Tzu. Zhang Feng was completely annoyed. Originally, he wanted to do something in a hurry, but why was it so difficult? From the initial block of land purchase to the problem of enrolling students, was there really no other way to deal with this ***? No, it was not that there was no other way. If there was an imperial edict, that would be the best. But that was an imperial edict. Who the F***ck would have nothing to do to give an imperial edict to a commoner like you? Did you think that your imperial edict was a wild vegetable by the roadside? Zhang Feng was so annoyed that he did not want to do it anymore. But at this moment, Li Shimon's voice sounded softly at the entrance of the small tavern. Yo, I heard you get angry as soon as I came. Who made you unhappy again? While speaking, Li Shimon slowly walked into the small tavern and motioned for Li Qingqian and the others to leave first. Lao Li, you don't know. It's not easy for me to decide on a big thing, but there are so many F***king trivial things. From the beginning of the land purchase to now, the problem of enrollment, F***king hell, why is it so difficult? Chapter 5:15. Just because of this. Li Shimon thought he had misheard. He asked again. In the palace, he already knew that the crown prince was looking for people to build a new college. He also knew that a few kids almost turned the palace upside down last night in order to enroll students. He thought it was a big deal. But when he overheard it outside the small tavern, it was really not easy to handle. Li Shimon didn't know what to say. He could only comfort him. Okay. I'll ask around for you. Maybe there's a way. When the time comes, I heard that you want to build a technical college. You want to teach people how to do business, how to cook, and even how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Who did you hear that from? A few of them went to my residence last night. Basically, they asked all the people doing business in my residence and outside my residence. I only found out today when everyone came to ask me. Li Shimon spread his hands. He was speechless. When Zhang Feng heard that, he hurriedly asked, what did they say? Did anyone want to come? Still want to come? They were all asking, Lao Li, what's wrong with your Li Qian? Isn't his business doing well? Why did he go to some college to learn business? Li Shimon spread his hands. Tell me, how can I not come? If I don't come, you'll flip the sky upside down. These words were not said to Li Shimon by his neighbors, but by more than half of the ministers in the imperial court. What happened last night, and what happened this morning, from the beginning of the morning to the end of the morning, there was an endless stream of people who came to look for him alone or jointly to report. If he didn't ask about the situation, there would really be a problem. Fengzi, tell me, what are you going to do with White Deer College? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, Lao Li, let me ask you, what about the business knowledge I told you before? What do you think will happen to the Tang Dynasty if more people learn my business knowledge? Who in the outside world would teach this to outsiders? Or do you think that someone would teach this to an outsider? However, you've also seen this thing now. Although I don't know how the current emperor knew about it, and I don't know if it was you who leaked it and let the emperor know, but look at the current Tang dynasty. Now, the Tang dynasty has opened a door. Everyone knows how to do business, but how many of them are smart enough to do big business? Li Shimon's expression changed when he heard this. You mean, you want to pass on all your skills, including this thing, to others? To put it simply, it was indeed the way to do business. But to put it simply, it was the way to govern a country. What kind of medicine did he take that he actually wanted to impart the way of ruling a country to everyone? Did they really want everyone to be like a dragon? Although Li Shimon didn't mind and even agreed with this approach, when Zhang Feng talked about it again at this time, and in such detail, Li Shimon really had an indescribable feeling. Zhang Feng continued, there's also this thing called business knowledge. But I have a more accurate name here. It's called finance and trade. Once you learn this thing, even becoming as rich as a country is a small matter. After all, the world is very big. Think about it. When the time comes, from Chang and all the way to Persia along the waterway, or even Dashi, and further places, what will the merchants of the Tang dynasty do? That will bring a huge amount of wealth back to the Tang dynasty. Laoli, at that time, what will happen to these people? Because once they graduate from the school, they will be arranged to do things in our own industries. Do you dare to imagine the future? Zhang Feng said very calmly. But Li Shimin couldn't help but breathe a little faster at this time. Business. Business. Finance. Although he didn't understand this. But once there were more such talents, and they all worked in his own industries, what would happen? No, he was not a businessman. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. These people were his people. At that time, Li Shimin didn't dare to think about it. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, he asked, then what's the matter with the chef you set up? Isn't it just a chef? Who has nothing to do? Ahem, Laoli, is the food I cook delicious? Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin's words and asked back. Li Shimin was stunned and seemed to have thought of something in an instant. He couldn't help but ask, boy, no wonder you didn't let me open a barbecue restaurant when I wanted to barbecue. You want to pass your skills to these people, and then open pubs everywhere. You're really evil. You even want to get this thing. Zhang Feng laughed. Although Lao Li was half right. But there was a more important point that he didn't say. That was, food was the most important thing for people. This was the source of wealth. However, these are all okay. Why are you still recruiting female students? What do you mean? How many of these girls have you seen go out? And you actually let them study in public in this place? About what? Nothing. Just the female rules set by the current empress. When the time comes, a few retired female officials from the palace will be recruited at a high price from the people. They will teach the court women etiquette, plus Momo's zither skills, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and so on. The culture of our Tang dynasty can't be lost. Chapter 5:16. Li Shimin didn't understand Zhang Feng. But after hearing what he said, he found it interesting. Although he suspected that Zhang Feng found some girls to accompany him because he felt lonely in the mountains, he didn't think so when he thought about Zhang Feng's character. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Li Shimin's doubts. Don't worry. They won't recruit any female students for the time being. That's something to worry about later. The problem now is how to recruit people for this technical school. Laoli, you have to think of a way. What should we do about this? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard that. Fengzi, this matter is a little difficult. If it were any other matter, it would be easy. But this is a technical school. I have to think about it carefully. But I can give you a hint. I'll go back and find some connections to see if I can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun. If I can get in touch with him, I can get in touch with the Emperor under normal circumstances. After all, the Emperor knows about your situation. If I can get an imperial edict for you, everything will be easy. What do you think? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard that. But he gritted his teeth and said, okay. Since you can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun, let's give it a try. I don't think there's much hope. Will the Emperor care about this? Why won't he care? Li Shimin asked. Think about it. Where is this? This is the foot of the Emperor. The Emperor has known since the first thing you did. Do you think you're very smart? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that. Damn it. What did we do? The Emperor didn't guess it. King thought the Emperor was really so awesome. I thought of something, and he thought of it too. So what happened before was all because someone was eavesdropping at the door. The Emperor. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say any more. He looked around the small tavern and suddenly felt unsafe. Li Shimin chuckled. Don't worry, there's no one outside. In this Chang'an city, you can meet an official with every step you take. Think about it, how can they not see what happened here? If that's the case, wouldn't the Emperor know? Therefore, when we start doing something, His Majesty already knows what we are going to do. Do you understand now? Zhang Feng nodded. Understood, Your Majesty has good hearing. When Li Shimin heard that, his face darkened. She was no longer angry with Zhang Feng. I can't be bothered. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I'll go and ask around for you now. Don't worry. Maybe the Emperor already knows that you want to open a technical school. So, you should eat and drink. Just wait for the news. As he spoke, Li Shimin was about to leave. When Zhang Feng saw that, he grabbed Li Shimin. Lao Li, let's wait. Since you're going to see Lord Zhongsun, I have to make things clear for you. Otherwise, not only will you fail, but you'll also be implicated. Li Shimin sat down when he heard that. Then tell me what you're going to do with White Deer College. I heard from Li Gan and the others that you're going to prepare for this college so that they can stand up to the Prime Minister. If you're going to use military force, you're going to be able to command soldiers on the battlefield. That's more or less the case. Zhang Feng opened a bamboo can of beer for Li Shimin and clinked it with Li Shimin. Then, he said, this is for those who really want to learn. As for those who just want to get by, or those who don't have the talent, I'll arrange for them to work in my factory as technicians. That's what I said before. I'll teach them a skill. Those who stand out will be the seedlings I'll send to the technical school. Li Shimin understood when Zhang Feng said that. If that was the case, less than 1 in 10 people would be able to enter the technical school. But what exactly was this mysterious technical school? He still didn't know. Fengzi, tell me what you're going to do with this technical school. Zhang Feng looked around and said as if he was guarding against a thief, to put it bluntly, this Science and Technology Institute is like the Ministry of Works in the palace. However, the things that are researched here are things that others have seen before. You must have heard about the things I told Li Gan and the others yesterday, right? It's the kind of ship that can travel millions of miles in a day without a single sailor. No, to be precise, it's something that drives the ship. Do you understand now? Li Shimin still didn't understand. Zhang Feng was speechless. He once again explained the technical school in detail to Li Shimin. It was basically stuff from primary school textbooks. But now, Li Shimin was completely dumbfounded. Do you think that the lightning in the sky can be avoided? Is this something that a bricklayer can do? Yes, it's just a lightning protection system. Do you think that humans can really create lightning? And that humans can fly in the sky? Damn, Lowly, you still don't believe me. Just you wait, this kind of situation won't last long. Li Shimin looked as if he had encountered something incredible. This wasn't just incredible, it was like listening to a heavenly book. Humans can control lightning. And create it. Isn't this something that only a god can do? Li Shimin couldn't help but excitedly grab Zhang Feng's hand and say, Fengzi, are you planning to pass this on to others? Yes. However, this also depends on the person. Don't worry, I will definitely be the first to teach your son. As for others, unless they can be as monstrous as De Bing, otherwise, even if they were given to me, I would be too lazy to teach them. Even if I teach them, they will only be a plaything that will bring harm to others. When the time comes and angers His Majesty, we will not have a good ending either, right? Li Shimin heard this and finally felt relieved. But in the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore. Fengzi, thank you for telling me this. No, I have to go find Lord Zhongsun now. I think this will really work. Wait here for my good news. I'm leaving. Li Shimin hurriedly left as he spoke. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally relaxed. With Li Shimin's words, he was finally no longer worried. Damn it. And Lao Li was still reliable. While Zhang Feng went to take a nap happily, Li Shimin began to give orders as he got into the sedan. Little Gizi, go to Wei Zhang's residence. Also, tell those old fellows to hurry to Wei Zhang's residence. The Crown Prince and Qing Chumo must also be present. Yes. Little Gizi hurriedly went to make the arrangements. And Li Shimin also put away the amiable expression on his face. The majesty of the emperor had once again turned him into the Tang King Li Shimin. Zhang Feng's school must be established. But the issue of enrollment was really beyond his imagination. After learning about this yesterday, he chatted with Zhang Sun and Wu Go for the whole night, but they couldn't come up with anything. But in the end, both of them felt that this matter was still lacking one thing. And that was the imperial edict. Once the imperial edict appeared, it would be too late. Then everything would be much easier to handle. But how to issue this imperial edict, and how to convince the people, there would be a lot to talk about. Chapter 5:17. Taiji Palace, Imperial Study. It was the hottest time of the day. Even though there were palace maids who covered the windows with blankets to block the sunlight, and there was cold well water on the ground to lower the temperature, the imperial study was still as hot as a steamer. At this moment, Li Shimin was holding a fan in the imperial study. His shirt was unbuttoned as he fanned himself. There were 3 palace maids standing behind him, fanning themselves with all their might. However, they were still unable to cool Li Shimin down. One reason was the weather, and the other was White Deer College. After a long time, Li Shimin was still unable to cool down. In the end, he stomped his feet and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden. A slight breeze blew and finally cooled down Li Shimin. At this moment, Wei Zhang and the others rushed over, sweating profusely. The moment they arrived, a palace maid brought them a large basin of water. They washed up before entering the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Qing Yaojin and the others looked at the sparkling lake water. They really wanted to jump in and take a bath. However, there must be a problem for the emperor to call them here at this time. Therefore, no matter how hot it was, they could only endure it. Come. All of you, come and sit. When things are settled, you can go down if you want. Li Shimin also saw through their thoughts. Dan Shuangzhou drank in the Imperial Garden and swam. Forget it. If news of this got out, wouldn't he be criticized to death by those officials? Your Majesty, it's such a hot day. What happened? Qing Yao Jin was the first to lose his composure. Is it because of the Shao Mountain? Li Shimin nodded. It's precisely because of this. I heard Zhangfeng's college is called White Deer College. As for what it's used for, I'm sure you've heard about it. At this moment Li Qingqian and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered Li Shimin's field of vision, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Qingqian, why don't you tell us your thoughts first? Later, you guys can also tell us your thoughts on this college. They hurriedly accepted the decree and thanked him for his kindness. Father, I have already dealt with the construction of Fengzi's new academy. Tomorrow, some craftsmen will go to Mount Shao. I guess I will also go to Mount Shao tomorrow. As for White Deer College, for the time being, I think that it is a place that focuses on alternative education. Just like what Zhang Feng said, this place is supplemented by literature and hidden weapons. Using literature as a supplement. Hiding weapons on his body. What did that mean? Li Shimin and the others could not help but be stunned. Qingqian, explain to us. What does this mean? What do you mean by using literature as a supplement? How can you hide weapons on your body? Li Shimin had heard Zhang Feng talk about using people as a mirror, but this was the first time he heard Zhang Feng talk about using literature as a supplement. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. As for Wei Zhang and the others, they were even more dumbfounded at this moment. This son was busy thinking about how to recruit people at that time, so this son and the others didn't have time to ask about this. However, this son believes that Zhang Feng's words have a certain degree of logic. Just like he once said, he can make his literary skills equal to Prime Minister Wei and the others, and in martial arts, he can compete with Uncle Qing on the battlefield. What? Isn't this just learning about the art of war and learning about the way of being an official? What's so difficult about this? Qing Yao Jin couldn't help but pout. However, Wei Jing couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that Zhang Feng's words can't be understood in this way. This old subject has also heard about what happened last night and today. It said that Brother Zhang Feng is running a technical school, but the focus is on strategy and strategy. As for the path of an official, as well as the path of Confucius and Mencius, they're just icing on the cake. Just like us in the imperial court, which one of us didn't start off as a lowly official or a soldier? Then, we slowly accumulated experience before we could go further. However, if I'm not wrong, what Brother Zhang Feng means is that he wants to focus on this process of accumulating experience while studying in the academy. Then, after graduating, he can directly grow. Although this seems a little unreliable, I think that this method is worth a try. Li Shimin furrowed his brows tightly and thought deeply for a while, but he still couldn't think of any results. Then tell me, culinary skills, gardening, architecture, and so on, do they all need to be learned? Isn't it just finding a master to learn? Can this be considered a subject? Li Shimin couldn't help but voice out his doubts again. He pointed at Fang Xianling and said, Official Fang, tell me, what's the difference between this and the Ministry of Works? Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Fang Xianling hurriedly got up. After thinking for a while, he said, I think that this matter should be looked at from the perspective of Brother Zhang Feng's purpose. Think about it, Zhang Feng's salt-making technique was so precious that even I would treat it as a family heirloom. However, Zhang Feng still gave it to us without hesitation. What does this mean? Think about it again. How long has it been since Liu Ban and the inheritance of the Mo family? Because of various taboos, the inheritance is basically incomplete. Even the wooden ox has been lost. If Zhang Feng opens the door to others to learn and he teaches them wholeheartedly, I think this is a great thing. Chapter 5:18. Li Shimin fell silent. However, when he compared Zhang Feng's technical school with the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture in his heart, he could see the problem. If Zhang Feng really generously imparted all his extraordinary skills to the people of the Tang Dynasty, then 3 years later, wouldn't the Ministry of Works be turned upside down? It was even possible that the Ministry of Works would be shut down. If the skills Zhang Feng displayed, such as his culinary skills, winemaking skills, and other godlike skills, spread out, wouldn't the people of the Tang Dynasty be like dragons? By then, wouldn't White Deer College become the Ministry of Works of the Tang Dynasty? Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but burn. Although there were hundreds of officials in the imperial court, these old things didn't think about making progress all day long. Instead, they thought about how to climb up. Just like the drought last time, and the schemes of Tubo and other countries. If Zhang Feng wasn't there, what would have happened? And the plague of locusts later. Would there be a single person who could think of a way to solve this problem when they needed help? No one. In the end, it was Zhang Feng alone who settled the matter while drinking and chatting. However, if Zhang Feng really did that, wouldn't it mean that 3 years later, there would be 100 people who could teach Zhang Feng even a little bit of Zhang Feng's skills? Then, wouldn't Li Shimin really be a hands-off boss? Would he still be so tired by then? My dear ministers, what do you think of this academy, no, this technical school? You know the main problem now. If I announce to the world that this academy is as good as the Imperial College, or even better than the Imperial College, what do you think? This, Wei Jing and the others were a little hesitant. Your Majesty, although we also think that with Brother Zhang Feng's ability, he will definitely be able to teach famous people, once this thing is made public, won't it cause dissatisfaction in the Imperial Court? The Imperial College is recognized as the best institution of learning. Last time, the Chong and University incident had already caused many people in the Imperial Court to criticize it. If Your Majesty does this now, won't it, Your Majesty, this matter has to be taken seriously, unless, enough. Li Shimin waved his hand. I've decided on this matter. Previously, if I didn't feel that I couldn't bring myself to do this, Brother Zhang Feng might have become the imperial preceptor. Now, with the Crown Prince's junior tutor taking charge of the situation at Chang and University, it's basically Li Gang and the old Shucai stirring up trouble on the surface. To put it bluntly, Brother Zhang Feng and the others are also on the surface. As for Brother Zhang Feng, as long as you do things a little more meticulously, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I'll talk about this White Deer College during the morning court session tomorrow. Treat it as a trial for the Crown Prince. I don't think they'll say anything. Li Shimin made the decision with a wave of his hand. This matter was completely beneficial to the country and the people. No tuition fees. This would allow many poor students with aspirations and dreams to take a step forward. He had to let the people have something to look forward to. As for if anyone in the imperial court dared to stand up for this matter, then, he would be kicked out of the imperial court. After taking sides twice in the imperial court, there weren't many people who dared to openly oppose him. Apart from the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the Guanlong people. When the time came, there would naturally be people to deal with them. With Zhang Feng's lazy personality, it was possible that these people would be pulled in as able-bodied men. Once again, they discussed the details of the plan. Afterwards, Li Shimin had little Gizi grind the paper and personally drafted the imperial edict. However, at this moment, little Gizi asked with some difficulty, Your Majesty, how should this servant announce this imperial edict? Where is the most appropriate place to announce it? It would have been fine if little Gizi hadn't asked. Now that he did, Li Shimin and the others were instantly put in a difficult position. With Zhang Feng's crafty demeanor, if they rashly announced the imperial edict, this grandson was bound to think of something. How about this, you bring the imperial edict tomorrow. 15 minutes after I enter the small tavern, you send an old eunuch that Zhang Feng hasn't seen before to personally announce the edict. When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then, Your Majesty, Li Shimin thought for a moment and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the stone table. He said, "Tomorrow, I will receive the imperial edict together with brother Zhang Feng." When little Gizi heard this, his soul almost left his body in fright. The emperor still had to kneel to receive the imperial edict? What was going on? What was going on? What kind of drama was this? Who would dare to stand in front of the emperor? Heavens! Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the 9 and 5, When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, their expressions abruptly changed. Everyone in the pavilion in the middle of the lake hastily knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged Li Shimin to retract the imperial edict. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter is settled. On one hand, I can dispel brother Zhang Feng's concerns. On the other hand, I also have a share in White Deer College. To be able to nurture top talents for the Tang Dynasty, I can even kneel and worship Confucius and Mencius, let alone kneel to receive the edict I wrote." Chapter 5:19. Early the next morning, Li Shimin hurried out of the imperial palace as soon as the court was dismissed. On the one hand, he wanted to avoid those annoying guys. On the other hand, he wanted to see this guy's face when he saw the imperial edict. When he arrived at the small tavern, the sun had already peeked out from the top of the Huaxing temple in the east. Feng Zi, open the door. Feng Zi, come on, there's good news. Get up. Li Shimin banged on the door of the tavern. Zhang Feng covered his head and could hear Li Shimin's shouts. He rubbed his face speechlessly and got up reluctantly. Everything was good in the Tang Dynasty, but it was not peaceful in the summer. At noon and at night, the room was as hot as a steamer. Sleep naked. It was guaranteed that you would have to find a doctor early in the morning to prescribe a cold medicine. But if you wanted to sleep in the courtyard, unless you had money, you would have to hire a few people to fan mosquitoes for the whole night. Those mosquitoes were like floods and fierce beasts that could not be driven away. Moreover, the mosquitoes in the Tang Dynasty were very big. They had no natural enemies, and this was their capital to be arrogant. Originally, Zhang Feng still had a way. But since the damn insecticide was leaked, his mother, even if you had money, you could not buy it. Therefore, Zhang Feng only dared to put a little insecticide powder in the room before going to bed. Sleeping was like fighting a war. Before going to bed, his whole body was wet. After falling asleep, he still had to fight the mosquitoes. When he woke up, not to mention his body, even the mattress was wet. Zhang Feng looked at the bronze mirror. After seeing that there were no big mosquito bites on his handsome face today, he put on his shoes and reluctantly opened the door for Li Shimin. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Feng walked to the backyard without looking at Li Shimin. "Lao Li, what time is it? It's not time to open the market yet, right? Why aren't you sleeping early in the morning? What are you yelling at me for?" While speaking, Zhang Feng stopped directly in front of a warm water tank under the sun. Then, he dove into it and soaked in the water happily. He was so comfortable that he kept moaning. Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly and said, "Feng Zi, I'm here today to tell you the good news." "What is it? Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday, I went to look for the Lord Zhangsun. In the end, I spent a lot of effort to get the Lord Zhangsun to go to the palace." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but wake up from his drowsiness. And then what? Then His Majesty found out about you. From the water wheel you made, to the meeting with Prince Xinla, to the cooperative and Chang and university, which one of them doesn't the emperor know? When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. "Tell me the result. I said it yesterday. It's useless. Okay. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Are you going to keep soaking in the water tank? Do you want me to watch you take a bath?" Zhang Feng suddenly patted his forehead and hurriedly got out of the water. He picked up a plain robe from the bamboo pole and wrapped it around his body. Then, he entered the small tavern with Li Shimin. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Feng asked, "Go on, what did His Majesty say?" "What can he say? Didn't he just praise you?" "His Majesty praise me?" Zhang Feng pointed at his own nose and stared at Li Shimin, saying, "You should at least make up a decent story, right? How can His Majesty know me? If His Majesty praised me, then why didn't he give me an official title? That's the real thing. Anyone can say something. Just say it directly. What His Majesty said, don't pick the good stuff. I can't stand it." Zhang Feng really didn't believe that His Majesty would praise him. It didn't make sense. If it was a normal procedure, His Majesty should find an old eunuch to invite him into the palace. His Majesty should first determine whether he was the one who did it, then ask him why he did it and what his purpose was, right? Wasn't there a basic procedure? How was this possible? Li Shimin seemed to have known that Zhang Feng wouldn't be so easy to fool. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking that if it's true, His Majesty will definitely summon you into the palace for questioning? If you think so, then you're wrong. The situation in the palace is very complicated now. Miscellaneous people are not allowed to enter the palace, especially at night. No matter what, they are not allowed to enter the palace. If you were summoned into the palace by His Majesty last night, think about it. How many people would be targeting you?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but come to a realization. So, His Majesty didn't summon me because he wanted to protect me. That's not it. Zhang Feng was slightly disappointed. But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he swung his hair and used chopsticks to twirl it twice before coiling it on top of his head. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Well, how did His Majesty praise me?" Li Shimin looked speechlessly at Zhang Feng's messy hair and said, "What could His Majesty say? Isn't it just that you've done a great service for the great Tang? In the future, when you enter the court as an official, you'll be rewarded as well. Right now, it's up to your academy. His Majesty is really looking forward to your White Deer Academy." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. It was as good as not saying anything. He didn't get any practical benefits. Chapter 522. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he looked around and said again like a thief, "Now do you think the Tang Dynasty is very big? But it's more than that. I can predict that next year, there will be a war between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks. And I can tell you an important news, but you must not talk nonsense." Li Shimin took a deep breath and forced his voice not to tremble. "Say it." He wanted to ask how Zhang Feng knew there would be a war with the Turks next year. But now that Zhang Feng said it, according to his character, he must say it. If he didn't show off, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and said, "Let me tell you, the world is very big, so big that you can't even imagine it. I know that the furthest place you know of is the place where the thread road reaches, but in that place, there is at least one country that can contend against the Great Tang. You've definitely heard of that country before, the Abbasid Caliphate. It should be called the Abbasid Caliphate now." Li Shimin was stunned, and then, And then, this is not the end. Go south from the Tang Dynasty, cross the Hunan province, and go east from the Sea of Suzhou. According to the current speed of the Tang Dynasty's ships, it will take about a year to reach a wild continent. Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. But Li Shimin understood. He understood everything. But he was also deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's words. If they headed east, they would arrive at a place they had never been before in a year's time. A barren land. Has he been there before? Fengzi, how do you know? Have you been there before? Zhang Feng shook his head. I've never been there, but these are things that my research institute will research in the future. I'm just guessing and inferring. However, if I can develop something that can propel a large ship thousands of miles in a day and completely replace the current manpower, do you want to go there? Li Shimin's heart could not help but burn. But that was all in the future. You said that next year, there will be a war between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks. Is that true? Really, if you don't believe me, why don't you go to Longyu and take a look? Moreover, His Majesty is too ruthless. Taking advantage of their internal strife, he quietly stole their warhorses. How could the Turks not be worried? But you don't have to worry. It's just a small problem. How is this a small problem? Those are the Turks. Li Shimin was completely enraged. The damage caused by the Turks had not been completely forgotten by the people of the Tang Dynasty. At this time, when he learned that there would be a war next year, how could he not be worried? Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder with a smile, poured him a cup of wine and said, Lao Li. Don't worry. This war will definitely not start. His warhorses have almost been stolen by His Majesty. How can he beat him? But His Majesty will definitely start a war because of the Wei River Alliance. Think about it. The Turks have lost their warhorses. What will happen then? And next year, my new type of indestructible spear and shield will be made. Your son will have the opportunity to stand out. At that time, it will also be the time for our academy to become famous. At that time, I will let everyone from the academy go to the battlefield. You'd better go and walk around. If you can get the emperor to let the people from the academy participate, it will be the best. Otherwise, if your son wants to become an official, he will have to wait for 3 years. Li Shimin did not hear the rest of Zhang Feng's words. He was rapidly thinking about Zhang Feng's words. Not to mention next year, even now, he was always paying attention to the Turks' movements. After all, the Turks were a thorn in his throat. If he did not get rid of them, he would not be at peace. Fortunately, Wang Chong didn't care about the cost of the Turks' warhorses. Now that he had 300,000 warhorses in his pocket, the Turks would definitely be angered. But at this time, the Turks were in internal chaos, so Li Shimin took advantage of the loophole. At this time, he was thinking about when to let Qing Yaojin take 50,000 elites to see the situation. Now that Zhang Feng could predict his actions, Li Shimin could not help but think more highly of Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng was really willing to impart this ability to Li Qingqian, then, who in the Tang Dynasty could be a match for him? As for the so-called barbarian lands, Li Shimin couldn't help but silently record it down in the little notebook in his heart. After Zhang Feng's local Academy of Sciences was built and the surrounding areas were pacified, it was time to go there. However, Li Shimin was now truly aware of the horror of this Academy of Sciences. It could build ships that could travel tens of thousands of li in a day, invulnerable spears and shields, and unmanned textile machines. At the thought of these things, Li Shimin's heart began to pound. Brother Zhang Feng, are you sure you can build a spear that can pierce through anything before next year? And something that can allow ships to travel tens of thousands of li in a day? Chapter 523. Zhang Feng stared speechlessly at Li Shimin. Lao Li, I think you're drunk. I know you're anxious for your son's career, but there has to be a process, right? We haven't even seen the shadow of White Deer College. It's just a piece of wasteland. How am I supposed to create something like that for you? That unbreakable spear should be possible, but as for the others, I'm not sure. Especially that thing that can allow the ship to travel thousands of miles in a day. For the time being, I don't know if I can make it in 3 years. I said so much just so that you can report to Lord Zhongsun, right? When Li Shimin heard this, he felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. The greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. I thought you would really be able to create such a miraculous thing next year. He had heard Li Qingqian mention this before, so he wasn't too surprised today. However, when he heard it from Zhang Feng himself, Li Shimin found it hard to believe. If there really was such a thing as Zhang Feng had said, then one day, Zhang Feng would create it. He was that kind of person. If he could say it, then he would create it. Sometimes, even though he was quiet, he could give you a pleasant surprise from time to time. But Fengzi, how did you guess the war next year? Do we have a chance of winning? Also, I underestimated your new academy before, but now, I'm really looking forward to your academy, especially your research institute. Ha ha ha, then you have to ask your son to make it faster. I'll start when the academy is built. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Then, he said, oh right, Lao Li, will this imperial edict really attract those people? Of course. Li Shimin imitated Zhang Feng and looked around. He even exaggeratedly leaned on the door to listen to the movements outside. Then, he said, last night, I heard from Lord Zhongsun that His Majesty is going to make your new academy the same level as the Imperial College. There are even 3 levels, Imperial Chancellor, Secretary, Supervisor, and Registrar. These 4 levels are the same as the Imperial College. Although you can receive your salary for the time being, there is one thing. Your status is a bit special. Therefore, His Majesty intends to reward you separately after you enter the court as an official. However, after thinking about it, Lord Zhongsuan's intention is that although your academy is now on the same level as the Imperial College, he feels that your academy will definitely be of a higher level than the Imperial College in the future. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Enjoy the treatment of an official rank, but no official position. What does this mean? Wasn't it obvious that he was worried? What the hell? However, Zhang Feng thought about it and understood. His White Deer College hadn't been opened yet. Moreover, it was different from other academies. Who would dare to reward him at the beginning? Moreover, this was an imperial edict personally issued by the emperor. Being able to issue an imperial edict meant that the emperor was giving him face. What else did Zhang Feng want to do? Zhang Feng quickly understood. However, he also realized that the whole world knew about this matter now. He could get a salary and protect the school, but what about the students? Although Zhang Feng didn't lack money now, he would be a fool if he didn't want something that was free. Moreover, he could receive 3 dan of grain. This was the most comfortable thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng frowned and asked, didn't it say what kind of treatment the students will receive in the future? This is the most important thing. Otherwise, even if the imperial edict was issued, it would be useless. There's nothing to attract the commoners. When Li Shimin heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He really did not think of this point. He could not help but ask, then tell me, how can we attract students from all over the world? We've made the grade of the academy the same as the Imperial College of National Studies. Zhang Feng spread his hands. How would I know? At the very least, there should be a distribution of the students, right? Distribution of the students. What do you mean? Fengzi, what do you mean? Zhang Feng also had a headache. Well, you've seen my ability. The talents produced by our academy can't all stay here, right? When the time comes, you'll have to send some to the court, right? This is the most attractive part. Which student in this era doesn't want to enter the court and become an official in the future? Don't you think so? Didn't the emperor think of this? Logically speaking, if he saw what I did before, he should have thought of this outcome. This, Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. Well, wait, I forgot. I'll ask my guard if he heard yesterday. After all, I drank with Lord Zhangsun last night and felt a little dizzy. Did I? When did I make it? Zhang Feng was confused. But after thinking for a while, he really remembered. However, that thing was not called hot pot. At best, it was a hot pot. But it was fine if Li Shimin didn't mention it. Now that he said it, Zhang Feng didn't feel a little craving. The slices of meat were dipped in boiling water in a copper pot, dipped in a special sauce, and sprinkled with a handful of garlic. The taste was simply too good. Lao Li, wait for me. I'll be back soon. It's fine if you don't mention it. Now that you mention it, I'm also craving it. Wait a moment, I'll let you eat something you've never eaten before. That thing is really delicious. While speaking, Zhang Feng hurried away. Seeing this, Li Shimin was stunned. However, Zhang Feng left quickly and came back quickly. When he came back, he had a basket in his hand. Inside the basket was fresh beef, a lump of poplar leg meat, and some wild vegetables. Zhang Feng didn't know where he had gotten it from, but he also had a basket in his hand. Except for beef, other kinds of meat could be obtained. But this kind of vegetable was really a rare variety. Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng to the kitchen. Looking at the busy Zhang Feng, he asked, "Your beef, don't worry. I bought it from the treasury. I heard that a cow was slaughtered in the treasury of Chang'an City yesterday. The retired emperor wanted to eat beef, so there was only half left. I just asked an acquaintance to get a little bit. Don't worry. No yamen runners will come to arrest us. It's all regular meat." Li Shimin was speechless. The retired emperor was not greedy for anything except the cow's penis and the cow's kidney. This, even he couldn't say anything. But looking at the vegetables in the basket, he asked, "These vegetables are rare. How could you get them? What's so difficult about it? Although it's not much, there are always some left in the corner of every house. If it's someone else, they definitely can't eat it. But who am I? If I want to eat it, how can no one give it to me?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was showing off, and curled his lip speechlessly. If it weren't for Lao Li doing me such a big favor, I would be too lazy to get such good things today. Today, it's just the two of us. Let's satisfy our cravings. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out some red charcoal from the stove and put it in a copper pot. Then, he boiled some water and put it under the pot. Carefully, he took out the pot, some seasonings, sauces, and other things and put them on the table. Li Shimin was speechless. He carried plates of meat and followed Zhang Feng like a servant. At this time, if people in the palace saw this, who would believe that the dignified emperor was running errands in this small tavern? Looking at the more than a dozen eunuchs in maroon court robes at the entrance of the tavern, they couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Old He hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what's going on?" "Yes, Fengzi, what's going on? I heard that you've been running to the yamen these days. did you do something wrong? Hearing everyone talking at once, Zhang Feng instantly panicked. He hurriedly explained, no, no, no. What happened here? Isn't this kid trying to set up an academy? This is an imperial edict from His Majesty. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They all knew about the academy. In this Kaihua Square, this kid already had more than 30 good students. But for this, the emperor issued an imperial edict. Wasn't this a joke? There were many academies in the world, but they had never seen the emperor personally issue an imperial edict to anyone. And what was this imperial edict? Was it something that ordinary people could come into contact with? Old He couldn't help but become anxious. Looking at those eunuchs of all sizes, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Yi, if anything happens to Fengzi, please tell us. All of us in the neighborhood can testify for him. This kid is a coward. He definitely won't do that kind of thing. The leading eunuch was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Zhang Feng and Li Shimin behind Zhang Feng, his legs were trembling. At this moment, he was annoyed to death by old He. If it was in the past, he would have been dragged away and beaten, but now he didn't dare to. The emperor was watching. Damn it. If he had known, he wouldn't have accepted this matter. He said that the emperor would personally watch him read the imperial edict. But was this just watching? If the imperial edict was read, it seemed that the emperor was here to accompany this kid named Zhang Feng. If the imperial edict was read, wouldn't the emperor also have to kneel? What was this? This was a capital offense. He didn't dare. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to read it. However, he had been standing there for a long time. If he didn't say it, what could he do? The old eunuch looked at Li Shimin. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but Li Shimin pretended not to see him. He just looked at the people who were quarreling endlessly. While the old eunuch was anxious, he was pestered by old He again. He couldn't help but have an idea. He said, "Brother, this isn't because Zhang Feng has done something bad. On the contrary, this time, Brother Zhang Feng has done something amazing." When the villagers heard that, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. "You've done something incredible? Didn't he just open a school?" "No, could it be that His Majesty also knows about this brewery?" "That's right. Eunuch, you don't know, but this beer was made by Zhang Feng. When you go back to the palace, you have to put in a good word for him in front of the emperor." Chapter 526. When everyone heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. This was really an imperial edict. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He was wearing plain clothes and did not have a single shoe on his feet. They were dumbfounded. How was he going to receive the edict in this state? Wasn't this too much of a mockery? If this reached the emperor's ears, no matter how good it was, this was disrespecting an imperial edict. If it was light, his legs would be broken. If it was heavy, he would be beheaded. Fortunately, the old village chief was experienced and knowledgeable. He hurriedly went forward to apologize. "Eunuchs, please wait a moment. Fengzi is used to being carefree, but receiving an imperial edict is like meeting the emperor. How can he be so sloppy? So, please wait a moment. I'll arrange for a few people to go in and familiarize Fengzi. How about it?" "All right. Then hurry up." What could the old eunuch say? This was the rule. Most importantly, he wanted to delay until the emperor entered the room and did not come out. He was prepared to read the imperial edict in one breath. Otherwise, would the emperor really kneel to receive the edict? He would not need to return to the palace. he would really be amputated. Therefore, when he heard the old village chief's words, he hurriedly agreed. The old village chief did not hesitate. He waved his walking stick and shouted, "Fellow villagers, this is the first time someone has received an imperial edict in Tonghui Lane. This is a joyous occasion for our Tonghui Lane. You, old women, quickly go into the room and dress Feng Zi up. You, Zhu Zi's mother, don't just stand there. Quickly go and boil water for Feng Zi to wash his hair, clean his face, bathe, and change his clothes." When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Old village chief, there's no need for that, right? I'll just go in and change my clothes. What's going on? I have to bathe and change my clothes. Sigh. Feng Zi, you don't have to worry about this. You, just be a big boss for once." Everyone here was very excited. Even old he and Zhu Zi's father carried Zhang Feng into the room. There were also some busybodies who followed the old village head to each household to scour out their hidden money. They went to the market and bought a large basket of firecrackers, as if they were afraid that no one would know about it. They struck the drum and set off the firecrackers. Old and young masters of Tong Hui Fang, listen up. Today is a big day for our Tong Hui Fang. This is the first time we've received an imperial edict from the emperor. Needless to say, you should be able to guess who received the imperial edict, right? That's right. It's that brat Zhang Feng. Let's go. Bring out your spirits and enjoy the joyous atmosphere. Maybe your luck will change too. Old and young masters, today is our big day. These people seem to be afraid that others wouldn't know. In the end, he even found a mule and a horse. He rode on the horse, struck the instrument, and showed off on the street. Even the angry bailiff was dumbfounded when he heard about this. He hurriedly followed the crowd to the small tavern. In fact, when Yo Weili heard the news, his vision went dark and he fainted. Before he fainted, he held on to advisor Ma. "Quick, carry me to the small tavern." Happy Heart Refreshment Shop also received the news about this. When Zhang Yuyao's personal maid, Xiao Chui, heard the news, she kept chattering in the mansion like a sparrow. Something happened, something happened. Something happened to the young master. Someone from the palace is here. He's really waiting at the young master's door to give him an imperial edict. When Old Master Zhang and Old Master Zhang heard about this, they hurriedly called for a few servants to go to the small tavern to help. They even hung red decorations at the entrance of the mansion. In the mansion, Old Man held Zhang Yuyao's hand and knelt in front of the ancestral tablets, crying bitterly. He kept shouting something about the ancestors' blessings and blessings. Although Zhang Yuyao's face was red and she didn't say anything, her heart was as sweet as honey. She secretly sniffed a poem that Zhang Feng had given her in return. She was so shy that her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Old Man and others laughed so hard that only their teeth could be seen but not their eyes. Yuyao's father was so excited that he shouted, "Come on, quickly invite old Madame Wang and the old scholar. I want to treat them to wine. Good wine." At the entrance of the small tavern. During this hour, the eunuchs were all anxious. None of the eunuchs were anxious. On the contrary, each and every one of them was eager to delay this matter as long as possible. However, as time went on, more and more people came. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. They surrounded the small tavern with 8 layers of people inside and 8 layers of people outside. The sound of firecrackers never stopped. However, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the Crown Prince and the others were in Chang and University at this time and couldn't come. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. Although all the eunuchs hoped that this imperial edict could be delayed as long as possible, they couldn't get away from it. At this time, Zhang Feng was wearing a moon-white Confucian robe. The lapel of his robe was also decorated with high-quality gilding. A jade hairpin with a red-crowned crane was inserted into his hair bun. At this time, his beard was hanging. Zhang Feng's peerless appearance instantly made the women in Chang'an City scream. What an elegant young master! Li Shimin coughed when he saw the eunuch still dawdling. The guard behind the old eunuch said coldly, "The imperial edict has arrived. Kneel." Chapter 527. Hearing this, the old eunuch trembled. His body trembled, and he almost threw the imperial edict in his hands to the ground and kneeled down first. "Damn it, who the F***ck yelled that? Didn't you see the emperor here? How could you make the emperor kneel? You're going to kill me. What should I do? What the hell should I do?" The old eunuch looked at the people kneeling down. He was so anxious that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were fixed on Li Shimin, who was standing behind Zhang Feng. When he saw the emperor kneeling down, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Zhang Feng was a little confused. He felt that the old eunuch who was about to announce the imperial edict was looking at him strangely. His whole body was trembling. How long had it been since the old eunuch left the palace? He was so sick, and he still came out to announce the imperial edict. Zhang Feng didn't think much about it. He just thought that these old eunuchs were trembling because of their bodies. Would they be like this if they ate just a little bit of the bone-strengthening powder? At this moment, the old eunuch also began to announce the imperial edict. By the emperor's imperial edict, today, Zhang Feng, the shopkeeper of Tonghui Lane Winery, has made a great contribution to the Tang Dynasty. Hereby, I bestow the title of Viscount to Zhang Feng, hereditary. Zhang Feng's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, the emperor still had some conscience. But for the people of Tonghui Lane present, this was a big deal. Viscount. Although it was only the lowest noble title, it was still a noble title. And it wasn't even a county baron, but a viscount, which was even higher than a county baron, and it was hereditary. Generally, noble titles were not hereditary. Whether it was a county baron, a viscount, or a duke, which was higher than a viscount, none of them were hereditary. But any title with the word hereditary was a great existence. At this moment, although the old eunuch didn't say what Zhang Feng had done, the people could only think that Zhang Feng's trip to the academy this time was very important to the emperor. The old eunuch paused. In fact, he was looking at Li Shimin, who was kneeling on the ground. His palms were cramping. However, since the imperial edict had already begun, it could not be stopped. Only then did the old eunuch continue to read. Today, we learned that you are going to establish an innovative new school on Mount Shao. We are very pleased. Therefore, he is rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and 50,000 mu of land on Mount Shao to Zhang Feng. As for White Deer College in Shao Mountain, its rank is equal to that of Imperial College. All of the teachers will receive the same salary as the Imperial College's Chancellor and Secretary of Temple. After 3 years, they will be rewarded separately. And why are these people trembling all over? They can't even speak clearly. Are all eunuchs like this? The eunuchs who had not gone far heard this. Their heels went soft and they almost fell to the ground. Li Shimin smiled and stroked his beard. This is probably because they admire what you have done, so they are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 528. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. How could this be? But now was not the time to talk about this. He had to get rid of these neighbors first. Otherwise, if these free firecrackers set a place on fire, it would be a big joke. Zhang Feng waved his hand and shouted at the top of his voice, "Folks! Quiet down and listen to me. Quiet down. Old and young men, can we stop for a moment? Hey!" Zhang Feng's throat was almost hoarse from shouting. With the help of the old village chief and the others, he finally managed to calm down these enthusiastic neighbors. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you very much for your support today. I can be where I am today because of your help. Our academy has just started and it hasn't been officially built yet. I hope you can help me more in the future. Fengzi, I want to ask why your academy is in Shao Mountain. How did you think of such a faraway place? Don't you have an academy in Chang'an City? What are you doing there?" "That's right, Fengzi. What are you trying to do with your two academies?" Zhang Feng knew these people were going to ask this question. He smiled slightly and said, "The academy in Chang'an City is still recruiting for the time being. But it will be run according to the old rules of the Tang Dynasty. As for the White Deer College in Shao Mountain, you can learn everything from me. Whether it's beer brewing, cooking, business methods, etc., as long as you can think of it, I will teach you." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. "Then what are you trying to do? How does it have anything to do with an academy?" "Yeah, it's easy for barbecue. You can learn it by just teaching. How did it become a specialized subject?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You don't have king know. In my academies, not only will I teach you this, but I will also teach you some knowledge from books. Confucius and Mencius are trivial. You see, barbecue is easy. But do you know how to expand this into a business?" Everyone was stunned. Isn't this just finding a place to set it up? What else was there? However, since Feng Zi was able to set up an academy, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. Everyone could only wait anxiously. This barbecue is simple, but how to develop it into a business is difficult. Think about it, although this barbecue stall makes money, how can it make you rich in a short time? Now that our Tang dynasty has entered the golden age, the life is good, and the good days are coming. When the time comes, countless foreigners will pour into our Tang dynasty. What we want to earn is the money of the foreign barbarians, right? This is related to one thing, and that is the trade route. When the time comes, think about it. How can we get this thing to the foreign countries and earn money from those barbarians while also making a fortune for ourselves? Those merchants treat this as a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 530. There were only 6 tables in the small tavern. At this time, Li Shimin and Wei Jing, who came to congratulate him, had already occupied the best table. Li Qingqian and the others also occupied a table. The 3 tables near Li Shimin's table were all occupied by the people of the Jin Wu guards. The rest of the neighbors wanted to come in, but when they saw the cold faces and the graceful and luxurious appearance of Li Shimin and the others, they were scared. Only Zhang Shan forcibly dragged old He, Wang Pe, and the others to sit at the door. Why? He was Zhang Feng's future father-in-law and half the owner of the small tavern. Now in the small tavern, there were imperial chefs from the palace. He couldn't get involved, but the people outside were basically the leftovers of the imperial kitchen. The Tang dynasty was an era that paid attention to etiquette. Even if you gave an egg or a basket of wild fish, there would be someone who would record it clearly for you. Butcher Zheng, who lives near the street, sends a whole pig, a total of 57 jin of meat and 12 jin of pig offal. Axan pastry shop, Zhang Mansion sends 3,000 strings of coins, 30 fat pigs, and 52 fat lambs. 30 pieces of brocade. 100 herb shop, Dr. Zhou sends money and 101, old Lu, who lives next door, sends a basket of wild fish and 30 eggs. Amidst the shouting, Zhang Feng was like a fool. He cupped his fist at the door and thanked them one by one with a grin. This was something that could not be helped. If he did not do it, then those damn neighbors and that muddle-headed father-in-law of his would kill him. This was also a kind of etiquette. There was no other way. He was all alone in the world. He didn't even have a mediocre person. In the end, under Zhang Feng's signal, Qing Chumo and the others stood at the door and did it for him. They naturally didn't need to write a gift. If it was a gift, it would make the neighbors of Chang and City feel ashamed. Therefore, the things they brought were all carried into Zhang Feng's backyard by the servants. At this time, Zhang Feng's backyard was basically filled with gifts. Congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha, brother Zhang, I've long known that you have an extraordinary bearing. Now, you've finally achieved meteoric success. When the time comes, don't forget about this old man. 100 herb yards old Dr. Zhou cupped his hands in greeting, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Why would Lao Tzu remember you? F***ck. He's cursing me. However, Zhang Feng didn't have any evidence, nor was he in the mood to do so. He couldn't help but stare blankly at the commotion at the door. At this moment, all the noises on the street came to an abrupt halt. Qing Chumo and the others also screamed and put their arms around each other's shoulders. At the door of the small tavern, Jing Shu was wearing an emerald green dress. The maid behind her was looking at the surrounding people who kept staring at Jing Shu with disgust. In her hand, she was still holding a guzheng wrapped in a brocade handkerchief. However, it didn't matter. What mattered was, beside Jing Shu, she was holding a girl's hand. The girl was wearing a pink gauze dress like a lady from a noble family. However, at this time, the girl seemed to be very timid and at a loss. If it weren't for Jing Shu holding her, she would have run away. However, even though she had her head lowered, the appearance that she displayed when she looked around caused a burst of exclamations. F***ck. Isn't she Miss Zhang? Zhang Yuyao. I remember. She isn't Prince Zhang's fiancée. This Jing Shu, the two of them actually came together. Interesting. Hee, this is going to be interesting. I heard that Prince Zhang has been shirking his responsibility. Now it seems, ha ha ha. These people didn't hide these words. Instead, Zhang Feng heard them clearly. However, Zhang Feng also had a headache. He wanted to run. However, at this time, that damn Qing Chumo and the others had already guarded the door and intentionally or unintentionally sandwiched him in the middle. Damn it. Let's see how Lao Tzu will deal with you when you go to Lao Tzu's academy in the future. Zhang Yuyao greets Prince Zhang. No, now I'm called Lord Zhang. Well, please come in, come in. Zhang Feng was at a loss. He had always been an iron-willed man. At this time, when he suddenly encountered such a situation, his brain was really a little stuck. I'm Jing Shu. Greetings, Lord Zhang. Miss Jing Shu, please don't make fun of me, come in, come in. Ha 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 ha. Look, Fengzi is actually blushing. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Zhang Feng shouted angrily. He was about to slip away when Li Shimin stopped him. Fengzi, come in. When Zhang Feng heard this, he cowered. Fine. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this today. In the end, Zhang Feng steeled himself and walked into the small tavern as if he was entering a banquet at Hongmen. As soon as he entered, Li Shimin waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Feng to sit beside him. On either side of Zhang Feng's empty seat were Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui instinctively gave up their seats. When Zhang Shan saw that his daughter's arrival actually made the table full of people who obviously came from wealthy families, he couldn't help but laugh happily. When Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng sit down, he said enigmatically, "Fengzi, you're really lucky with women. Brother, you're so lucky, so lucky. Ha ha ha. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.